Good morning, everybody. I've just discovered these guys. These are fun. Wait, is that a sign that says Scar Against Transphobia? Hold on, was that... Wait. Yeah! Oh my god, look, guys. Yo. Scar Against Transphobia. I love them. I love them. I love them. W. Welcome in, everyone. Good morning. Good afternoon. Good evening. La, 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 la. God, it's sound of my childhood, this. Sound of my fucking childhood. Welcome in, folks. It is the 15th of June. I think we are almost halfway through the year, which is crazy. But there we are. There's a lot to go over today. We may be at a point where we're not at war much longer. Well, America, but Europe as well, isn't at war. I don't believe it, but we'll see. I guess we'll see. Welcome in, Hatto. Thank you for being the first as well. Hi, Zaf. Hi, Steven. Scartune Network is amazing. Yeah, this is sick. They seem really cool. I woke up early today to this site. Oh, baby. So I walked the doggo. Hi, Leona. Morning. It'll be going, yeah, straight away. Solstice is on Sunday. Straight away, just like...
Lesbian.
Cat Girl Steph wants you to know they love
Cat Girl Steph. Thanks. I hope you're having a really gay weekend in Scotland. Boop that motherfucking snoot. Sorry, I've got a blurry eye. Don't know why. Boop that motherfucking snoot. Okay. I want to see what other stuff they've got on. Pokemon Center Scar cover. They know exactly what they're doing. This is the most millennial coded like YouTube I've seen in a while, and I love it. It almost makes me want to play Pokemon again. Hiya, Dora. My friend was telling me on the weekend that I don't know who they is, but they made a AI play Pokemon Red, and apparently it did what you do when you're like 12, which is just get Charizard to level 99 and then 1. So it has the mind of me aged like 10. Welcome in, Lordy. Hi, Dora. Incredibly gay weekend. Oh my god, I love to hear it. Best Pokemon? True. Look, I'm being so for real, where I'm like, the old school Pokemon is fun. Old school Pokemon is good. Old school Pokemon is like, maybe... I mean, I think 152. Or is it 151? Was Mew 151? And Mewtwo. How many OG Pokemons was there? 151? Sad to see Niantic Cell use Pokemon Go data for genocide targeting. Yeah. I sent that to my friend who was like, he's like a woke gay, and I was like, I'm sorry to tell, I know you love Pokemon Go, I'm sorry to tell you this. And he was really upset. I'm like, I know. They're not going to tell you though, are they? They're not going to be like, here's your Bulbasaur, by the way, we're using this to genocide people. You have a plushie of what? Of what? Venusaur or Charmander? Charmander's great. Charmander, I mean, Pikachu's the best, especially surfing Pikachu. I remember ordering, oh my god, I must have been about 13 years old. I saved up, doing chores, and for the Christmas present, I got a Game Boy Advance. No, Game Boy Color? Game Boy Color. And I got Pokemon Yellow, which is the one where you get Pikachu. And I waited for ages. It took like a month for it to get here. And I checked the post box that we have just outside the house every morning before going to school and every day after going to school for like a month, and I was so sad. Do you remember being that into shit when you were a kid? Pika Pika. Pikachu is cute. Pikachu is very cute. A 10 stream streak from Leona. Thank you so much. I was my only friend without Gengar. I didn't really like the ghost Pokemon. I'm a really basic bitch, okay? You guys all know this about me already. But like baby. Scyther was my favorite. Is it with a C? Scyther. Yeah, it is with a C. Like, what's all the new fucking bollocks? Do you know what I mean? Fucking subprime mortgage mon. Fucking, who's this cunt? Who's this cunt? This is second generation, isn't it? Like, who's this cunt? Did we need this? Did we need this, bitch? Do you know what I mean? Oh my god, King, it's like I've summoned you with Pokemon. Hi! Hi, subprime mortgage mon. But am I wrong though? Am I wrong? I'm correct though, aren't I? Like, they're fucking shite now. It's bollocks. Stereo! Trubbish. A sentient pile of rubbish. Yeah. I don't even know if that's a joke, right? Because they're... Like, that could be real. I could search for that. And that could be shite. Actually, that's Digimon. Digimonsters. Digimon are the champ. It's real. There we go. See, that's fucking bollocks. That's fucking bollocks. Bring me Pikachu, bring me Charizard, bring me Bulbasaur. All the OG shit was cool. Maybe second generation was cool, which was like Ruby Red and shit like that. But like the rest is fucking bollocks. What the fuck is Kievo? Right, hold on. I'm going to try and sort out this chroma key. Right. Okay. Can see me a bit better. Trubbish is real? That's ridiculous. Okay, which Pokemon do I know? Steph. Also, I love all you motherfucking gays. All you gays and your Pokemon. All your gays and your Pokemon. Welcome in, everyone. Lovely to have you here. Oh my god, I love this song. This is another ADHD in my brain. My cousins had Sonic and I loved it. I could only play it when we went over to theirs, you know. I'm not joking. If he formed a band and played this kind of music, like, millennials of the world unite, you have nothing to lose but your fucking chains, you know. I relate a little to Snorlax and Jigglypuff. If those are your spirit Pokemon, that's fine. Oh my god, let's do a what Pokemon are you? What Pokemon am I? First generation. I'm not fucking giving me subprime mortgage mon. Okay, it's a... Bitch, AI! Fuck off, AI! I need me some BuzzFeed. Everyone do it. Everyone do it. And Psyduck. Their headaches are constant. Yeah, migraine, mon. My Thai sister's 15-year-old kid is into Sonic. Oh no. Oh no. One of the few games that has a echidna. Sonic fucking rules. The music is so good. I agree. Hold on, sorry. Okay, I don't know who that is. Bulbasaur. Don't know who that is. Don't know who that is. Charizard. Don't know. Gengar. Don't know. Is that yeah, Machamp. Pikachu. Mewtwo. Sexy Mewtwo. Mewtwo is kind of hot though, right? Like, that's not just me. Like, they made him a slut, didn't they? It's not just me that thinks that they thirst trapped us with Mewtwo. Uh-oh. Am I wrong here? Is this the end of my streaming career? Sizer, Shadow Mew. I don't know who the others are. Good morning, Style, Adora, King, Leona, anyone, Steven, who I haven't said. I mean, Eevee is cool because you can evolve Eevee into a couple of different things. You know? Morning, Doggo. Can you name all Pokemon? Wait, is it the OG stuff though? There's not a chance I'll know the new ones. Yes, okay, Gen 1. Wait. Oh my god. Okay, No, I can't do this. I could, like, do one where it's like you guessed. I'd have to look at it, you know? Mewtwo got thick thighs. I'm not wrong. Mewtwo's hot. Mewtwo's hot. It's confirmed. All you degenerates agree with me. Like, is that how it's spelled? Okay. Look at that kinky bitch. Why is she like that? Me in my head, shredded as fuck, me IRL. I forget the law. Mewtwo was grown in a lab from Mew? It's like some genetic shit or something? Some shit like that? Some shit like that. Okay, I'm going to do which... We will start... So for those who are new to the Hot Sauce show, the new generation Pokemon are more queer. That's so funny. Mewtwo's hot. You said it. You said it with me. No skipping leg day. Yeah. She is the personification of leg day, which I don't do leg day. I'm lazy. Okay, well... Why is she a 45-year-old aging twink who's given me sass, though, in this, the holiest of months? Let's see what other video games they have. Can we put a playlist on? Political anthems for combating fascism. That just sound kind of cool as well. Oh, they've done Twitch streams as well. Okay, I love these guys. Yo, Scartoon Network. You're sick. Love it. Scar goes emo. It's my childhood. Oh my god, I love them! I love them so much. May your prides be full of this kind of energy. Okay. What is so normally we start with time guesser, but today we're on some Pokemon shit. So we're gonna start with from Jigglypuff to Squirtle. I mean, it does sound like grinder categories, is all I'm saying. I got Jigglypuff on the quiz. You cute little ball gaze. I love it. I love that for you. That Jigglypuff is so transcoded though. Oh my god, she's such a trans femme icon though. That's how I feel about that. I want Machamp. That's what I want. Or what Pokemon has a... Do any of the Pokemons have a mullet? Not sure I should be happy with Wait, what did you get? Nothing. Neutralizing gas. I don't want to say that that's the worst one you could get, but pick a color. Purple. Lesbian. What's your best trait? My ability to overcome anything. What is your weakness? I can be a bit too much. Pick your favorite evolutionary stone. Shiny, water, fire, dusk, moon. I think moon. Mister! I have to pick Misty. She's so annoying, but she's so ridiculous. What's the perfect job for you? Nurse, teacher, actor, chef, therapist, comedian, personal trainer, singer, scientist, firefighter, gardener, fashion designer. If I was healthy, it would be between firefighter and teacher, but we'll pick teacher. What's your favorite evolution? Vaporeon, Leafeon, Jolteon, Flareon, Epsilon, I don't know. Just Eevee. I think Jolteon's cool. Female, Obstagoon, Huda, Shiftry. Literally, that's made up. I asked Chinese AI. That's funny. What quiz are we using? I linked it. Yeah, thank you, Stephen. Thank you. Pick an element. Fire, water, earth, air. Fire. Pick an activity. Reading, singing, hiking, going to the gym. I think we know what this is. Going to the gym. Pick a favourite film. Inside Out, Forrest Gump, The Mask, Mean Girls, Avatar, Lord of the Rings, Wicked, Shrek, Star Wars, The Matrix, The Joker, Fight Club. Okay, Fight Club. Because that's, like, Fight Club is genuinely a really good movie. Like, it's a really fucking well-made movie. I got Mr. Mime. Girl, I don't want to say that there's some racist shit, but oh my god. Oh, hello. Hi, sad girl and friends. Welcome in. Hello. It's a bit cake. Hello, Raiders. Welcome.
By the book, you know you can't be lazy. Never use a messy recipe. The kid will end up crazy. If you couldn't by the book, then you'll have a
Break it down, bitch. See you back it up. Get it down low. Get the motherfucker up. Break it down, bitch. Welcome in, everybody. Thank you so much for the raid, sad girl. I hope you had a great stream this morning. It was great watching you. Me and Doggy watched this morning from bed. Sad girl. Sorry. Eric gifted a subscription to Eruk gifted a tier 1 subscription to Sad Girl. Thank you so much for hitting up Sad Girl. Thank you for the raid. Welcome in, everyone. I'm Lesbian Hot Sauce, your friendly neighborhood leftist lesbian, complete with mullet.
Mosques.
Oh my god, and we've activated the mosques. Everyone, be prepared. Jihad, bitch.
Even 2.1 just activated Corbin Jihad.
Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in, folks. I'm Lesbian Hot Sauce. We do variety stuff here. Thank you. If you're not following Sad Girl already, you're like missing out. You're missing out on the femme streamer to political analyst pipeline, which I'm all here for. Strength and solidarity to the femmes. And all this shit that you do to be femme. I used to be femme. No one believes it. Like 10 years ago, I was like a high maintenance femme. Being masc is really easy. I wake up and I have a shower and brush my teeth and that's it. Whereas the femmes are like, I need to do my nails. I need to, I don't know, like put something on my face for like, I don't know, like cleaning my face or some shit and like inject shit into my face sometimes. And I'm like, oh, girls. I mean, shout out to you. Shout out to you and all the work that you do. It's like if Stalin had D cups. Yeah, Adora, that is it pretty much. I didn't say that. Oh shit. Guys, we're in a hype train. This is pretty much what you get here. Lick my back, lick my pussy and my crack. Boop, 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 and my. So, okay. Shit. Right, for those who wanted to see this morning, it'll be like really late for some of you guys. Like West Coast, we're late night, and then the Europe gang, we're just waking up. Did you want to wake up and drop a bunch of money during a hype train to a lesbian doing a bunch of push-ups? Choo choo bitches indeed. Welcome in. Thank you. There's a couple of people asking for gifties. Does anybody have a giftie for transit biker? Push it to the motherfucking limit. We're fucking getting the fuck on it, lads. I'm gonna do as many push-ups as I can, but I am quite sore this morning.
Open up the limit.
lesbian. Push it to the limit. No one left to stand in your way. You might get careless, but you'll never be safe. Lesbian.
Transit_biker wants you to know they love lesbians.
Standing on the razor's edge. Don't look down, just keep your head, or you'll be finished. Welcome to the limit. Push it to the limit.
Mushroom, hey, budget. We're back. Sorry, you can't fucking silence me. Twitch. I did indeed. I pushed it to the limit too hard. Okay, yeah, that was. We just had a moment of zen there. Thank you so much. Sorry, thank you for the subs. God damn it! It was like, how about you go fuck yourself? You know. Okay, we're gonna have Come Out You Black and Tans, so remix. I was born in Ireland. I have a shit accent because I grew up in the UK. I was adopted out of Ireland. Ooh, ah, up there, etc. Thank you so much. And during a hype day, I know they were homophobic to me. Everyone saw it. My dog's at the door, I think. Just realized you can't see that. Twitch bandwidth can't. Yeah, exactly. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the gifties. Right, let me say thank you properly. All over us and every single night when we die. Okay, we're 50% through a hype train level summit or other. I don't know. Oh, the RA major run. We will be talking about Ireland a bit today as well, actually. Right, Adora, thank you so much for the gifty to Hato. Nick, thank you for the follow. Adora, thank you for giving the gifty to King of Silver River. Stephen, thank you for the community gifty. Adora, thank you for the gifty to Transit Biker. Super fucking appreciated. And welcome in, everyone. Roger Black and Tan. Oh shit! We've got 50 subs! Lads, this means you will be getting tomorrow a very special workout stream. So, if you enjoyed watching... Look, I ain't here to judge. If you enjoyed watching a lesbian do a bunch of push-ups, well, have I got news for you. Tomorrow, I will be lifting hard. I don't lift a lot. I lift smaller amounts and heavy. That's what we do here. That's what we do here. Tell her how. So that'll be tomorrow. I'm on at 9:30 in the morning. So sometime in the evening. And if you miss it, the VOD will be up, so don't worry. I have a really important announcement as well. Maggie is still in a box. The witch is dead. Witch, old witch. Awesome. Okay, thank you so much. I just wanted to share that my partner's kid took her newly minted, I love that, newly minted girlfriend to the school dance, and they got compliments on the clothing style all night. I'm busting with stepdad pride. That is some motherfucking wholesome shit. Oh, that makes me want to cry. Little queer joy, tears of queer joy. I'm really happy for them, Transit. Keir Starmer has banned Tamagotchis. See, in this day and age, I don't know if that's a joke. I don't even know if that's a joke. If that fucking lettuce is fucking... I'd believe it. I'd believe it. You know?
Of Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II.
Look, who do I support in football? In football? Don't ask, okay? I do support England. I will not elaborate any further. I will not elaborate any further, okay? Right, thank you so much. Welcome in, folks. As you can see, we like to combine entertainment joy with the fucking complete existential horror that is modern life in the West. I'm a leftist. I'm super sick, so I can't really leave the house. But I'm here to encourage you to get involved, and we do lots of learning and stuff on stream. If you give me a second, I'm going to adjust my camera. I have a dog as well, who was just trying to get in. His energy is really weird at the moment. But the most important thing is we're finding out which first generation Pokemon I was. If you want to find out and share which Pokemon you are from first generation, because everything else is bollocks, please do get on it. Get on it. Find out which Pokemons you is and share it. Pick your favorite vacation destination. Corfu and Ibiza. That's fucking hilarious. Tokyo, Amsterdam, Florence, New York, space. Glencoe, Transylvania, Paris, Dubai, Hawaii. I'm woke, so I wouldn't go to Hawaii because the indigenous people of Hawaii have said, don't come here, you're coming to colonize land. Glencoe is in Scotland, and I've been there several times, and it's in fact, I'm hoping next weekend, so there's going to be some special streams this weekend, one for Pride, and then one hopefully in the middle of a Scottish glen. That's the hope. With Doggo, actually. So a fire, me, as long as there's internet, you know, some kind of satellite nearby, you will be getting a little bit of a calming fireside hot sauce chat, living her butch excellence outdoors. So Glencoe, definitely. Oh my god, that's fucking sick. That's the best one. Almost. That's sick as fuck. I got Charmeleon. Fuck all you bitches. Fuck all you haters. I fucking am Charmeleon, aren't I? Okay. Definitely not jealous. Wait, what did you get again? Did you get Gengar? Was it Gengar that you got? I can't remember. Not Bulbasaur? Oh, I'm sorry. Bulbasaur is also another good one. I got Bulbasaur! W! Bulbasaur is really cute. Oh my god, Charmeleon. She looks like she should have a mullet. Thank you for the follow. I'm a ball of sleepy. Wait, hold on. You are a ball of sleepy now. I hope you had a good Pride this weekend, by the way, Adora. I saw that you posted stuff in the Discord. Guys, we have a Discord. If you want to stay abreast of things that are going on, please come in. We also will be watching some of the footy. I really like sports ball. I am a very stereotypical lesbian. Me and my dad are like, blah, 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 sports ball. I support England. Look, I know everyone hates England, but nobody hates England as much as they hate America, is all I'm saying. And I will be really obnoxious and annoying if England do well. But I promise you guys, if they don't do well, you can be obnoxious to me as well. Does the UK... Wait, an enema to be replaced... I don't want the UK Prime Minister to have an enema, mainly because that means that somebody has to give him that. And that's horrible. I got to drive the truck. You were so gay, Adora. I love it. Truck sounds so fun. I got Evie. Evie's great. A couple of people got Evie here as well, actually. Evie's amazing. Evie's a good one. Yeah, I just don't want it to be like someone on the NHS's job to give the UK Prime Minister an enema. I just feel like they've been through enough, you know? You got Charizard! I mean, we're amongst royalty, guys. You're my big brother. You're my big brother, though. This would be an enema of the state. Shut up. Welcome in, Spooky. We got we're amongst royalty here. We're amongst royalty. Oh my god, Doco, that's so funny. Right. For those who are new to the Hot Sauce show, I have a bunch of stuff planned for us that's political. We have quite a lot to discuss. There's a lot going on. There's a lot going on in the world. I have some nice things, and then I have some things that are less nice that are coming up. But we usually start with a game called Time Guesser, where you guess the time and place of somewhere. And then we usually do gamba points for the first bit. So you will be able to gamble your points. And I'm pretty sure, thank you, love. I'm pretty sure even if you are... new, if you follow, you get 350 points for following, right? So you can bet, and then you can do fun things like, I'm gonna do the badger thing because the alert didn't work earlier. You can do fun things like this. You can basically laugh at us when we are when we're totally discombobulated. Jihad, bitch.
Just activated Corp in Jihad.
Thank you, love. Thank you. Okay, so yeah, there's a bunch of stuff I wanted to discuss today. I can't tell you how legit the peace deal is. Oh, why didn't that work? Oh, Stephen, TO pill takes a while. Give it a second, and I know some stuff. Queer excellence, it will come in. But all of these things that you can redeem with channel points. And today, because I've got a bit of an audience, thanks to Sad Girl, so thank you for bringing people in. I'm going to go for getting 100% young. We love Tito here.
Stephen 2.1 just saluted Comrade.
Comrade Tito. Comrade Tito. Thank you.
awesome_stuff is.
Yeah, Stephen, I wanted to watch that. There was a discussion between Hassan and Corbyn, right? Yes, we can watch that. Hopefully it's not too... I feel like Hassan doesn't know shit about the UK. And Corbyn, I like Corbyn. He just is such a naive man. He's such a naive man. Come on, Corbyn. Okay. We'll watch this. Hassan Piker meets Jeremy Corbyn. Israel, Trump, and the death of free speech. Okay, we can watch that though. I know that they both went to Cuba, so it would be cool. I wonder if they discuss that, considering there is talk of military action on Cuba. Sadly, we covered this last week, but I'm going to expand on it. Literally, fascists. I think Corbyn is pretending to be naive. I don't. I saw an interview recently where someone in his team had said if he'd won the 2016 election, and which he got close to, but if he had, they were asking him, like, would you have forced the removal of Americans on military bases, and started to unpick, you know, the fact that, like, the rich here are completely intertwined with the wealthy capitalists in America. And he was like, I would begin it. It was a really, like, non-committal sort of like, yeah, I'd try. And it's like, they'll kill you, Corbyn. They'll murder you in your sleep. You saw Allende die, and this is your response. But look, fascism's like, we got, like, Nazis on the street in the UK, okay? Like, it's real bad. It's really bad. It's really bad. It's really fucking bad. But as I was saying to people, there will be a counter protest, and there has been, so we're going to go over that. Also, the EU is planning a massive, basically the EU saw ICE murder people on the streets in America and detain them and disappear them, and was like, I want that. I want me some of that. That sounds awesome. So we're going to look into these plans of... It would have been a very British coup, a Corbyn version. Yeah. Like in Australia, when, like, literally the British monarchy just helped coup a democratically elected government, and they're like, okay, cool. Okay, cool, but we're white, so we're a democracy, right? No, you're not. Hold my beans. I ain't holding your beans. Beans are gross. Like I said, I'm Irish. Right, who's this bitch? Who's this bitch? Washington. How old is this? Who's this a funeral for? Who's this a funeral for? Okay, it's in DC. Who is this a funeral for? What the fuck? That's so creepy. When a bitch die in America, I don't fucking know. Okay, it's DC. Somewhere in the mall or something. Charlie Chaplin? I didn't know that about Australia. Straight up. Straight up. I'm not even joking. I'm not memeing. Australia was cooed. Can ask our friend of the show, Dr. Yasmin. Right, let's go to DC. A naval ship sinking? I feel like it's... I don't know. This is the mall, right? Yeah. The camera can't do stills. It could be very early. That's what I'm thinking. I feel like we're near here. We're near the Washington Monument, or just somewhere on the mall, you know? It could be the Lincoln Memorial, because that's got the bit out the front. Maybe not. The reflecting pool, which is super gross. World War Memorial. Should we try here? Yeah. Let's try 1919. 1921. A U.S. Army is performing. Army band, is performing at the foot of the Washington Monument during the early 20s. We were super close to where it was. Oh. It was the dismissal of the Whitlam government in 1975, if anyone wants to learn more about it. Recorder, you're talking about Australia, yeah? More reflecting pool, brother. Yeah, people think that I'm joking. They just straight up cooed it. Like, they would have killed Corbyn. They would have killed Corbyn. I'm not joking now. Is that, what's her face? Fuck me, your man. Who is she? Fuck me. Kate, no. Who's this woman? Help. I don't know women. Cancel me. Cancel me. I don't know women. Kate Moss. Hi, Kairos. By the way, can we get a shouty for Kairos? Hope you will. Okay, she's in Paris. Like, a place for bikes. Voiture? No cars. No cars here. Should I heckle the old bloke if I meet him? Corbyn? No. Name a woman? Do you remember when I did name 100 women for March 8th? That was really fun though. How was that so much fun though? Use Saint Laurent. Be nice to him. Our jambly crambly jam man is just old now, you know? Name 3 women, your mum, your dad, and me. That's right, fuck your gender. I mean... I didn't intend to, but I needed your response to say to a Brit comrade. Wait, what? Sorry. Got him. Sorry, Shemin. Let me go through. Kate Moss. Okay, it's Kate Moss, guys, by the way. Sorry, what do you mean, Stephen? Talking about women is fun. I do love women. Women, thanks for being you. That's what naming 100 of them would be. Yeah, just me. Your mum, my mum, and I've got 2 of them. Okay. Museum of Yves Saint Laurent, who is there's a museum to him in Morocco as well. But I think it's shit because he's French. Basically. And he did a colonialism. And hear me out. He's gay, and I think when you do a colonialism gay, it's bad. In fact, I'm going to show you the single most cursed thing I've ever seen. Yo, this is like they're doing this to piss people off. We'll look at it after. Bombing Iran's evil regime is a point of pride for Israel. And like it was bombing. They've changed it. They've changed the title, the cowards. It was bombing Iran is the perfect way to celebrate pride. Cowards. Pussies. Cowards. Say it with your chest, you little bitches. Fuck these cunts. Norway. Moren min norsk. Jeg speak en lille bit norsk. My mum's Norwegian. That's right, I am the child of an immigrant who came and stole a man. A British man. But she's white, so for some reason, so people use this term called expat. And when she got a job working for the NHS as a phlebotomist, that was good. That was a good thing. Israel's not so, yeah. When I bring up the mass stabbing by a fundamentalist religious person in Tel Aviv. They get real quiet as well. Israel launches ceasefire strikes. We're gonna look at that. Yeah. Okay. This is in Norway. Norska. Vekan? Nej. I mean, it could also be Iceland, but Norska to me makes me feel like it's Norway. Just because it's black and white and they are the same flag, but the colors are reversed. We could do flags later, but anyway. 17th of May. When was Norwegian independence from Sweden? People don't know that Norway was... The reason why the bunad, I have a bunad, it doesn't fit very well though because my mum's small. But the bunad is a traditional dress from Norway that's based on where you're from, the region. I'll show you mine. Ålesund. So, this is such a big thing. Yeah, this is what I have. This is the pattern that we have on the Ålesund bunad. They're different, right? This is where my mum grew up. My mum grew up on this island here. Good, mad. I don't know why. Yeah, the bunads. It's a traditional dress, and it was worn a lot by a lot of Norwegians in secret. Because the Swedish like king owned Norway. Norwegian independence, which is the 18th of May. Me and Mum had waffles on May 17th, which is Independence Day. Oh, it was 8. Okay, no, it's not that. It's not that early. This only goes back to the 1900s. So I'll just try somewhere in Oslo. Gustavberg. I mean, it straight up could be... does bunad and bonnet come from the same root? I don't think so. I don't think so. Look at their little cute little outfits. It could be Iceland, but let's try Oslo. Old Town Oslo, which is near Centrum. Could Sweden be the cause of the Kvist surname? Maybe, I don't know. I don't know. Right, let's just try super early. Like, I don't know. Norwegian week in Sweden. Okay, well, there's no way I would have got that. Celebrations on the streets of Gothenburg, Sweden, for Norska Vekan, Norwegian week. Okay. Well, that was a fucking bait and switch, you bastards. You fucking pricks. Fuck you, Sweden. Stupid, sexy Sweden. Is a dog. I'm running things now. All hail Queen Hot Sauce. Me. Thank you so much, Lucid Lucy, for subscribing at a tier 1, and thank you for the 4 months of support. Super duper appreciated. Good morning, welcome in. We are just going through the morning games that we do together to get everyone warmed up before we talk about the hellish things that are coming ahead. Vekan week, good to know, learning foreign tongues. I want to make a tongue joke, but I can't. I'm not very good at witticisms. Okay, who is a military geek? Who's military geek enough to be able to know where this is? We can do it together, by the way. Look at this bitch's hat. I'm going to look and try to sleep. Thank you for being here, Adora. I hope that we can gently lull you to sleep. And me shouting at the Nazis in a bit, I'll try not to shout. Anybody know who these bitches are? Like, what's going on with the... I don't recognize any of these symbols. It looks like a European, like, city. It says national something. You think it's France? Okay. That could be Paris or Belgium. Wait. Is that Centrum in Belgium? It could be Paris as well, though. So, is this munitions maybe used in World War One? This looks like those really old school cannons. Yeah, with horses pulling them, right? Jesus, like hundreds of thousands, millions of men off to die for no fucking reason. The reason of empire. I don't know why. Kairos is probably right, but I'm gonna go with my gut and say it's that square in Brussels. Even though Belgium is a fake country, it's not real. You can't convince me that Belgium is a real place. So I went through the park. I went down here. Where is it? Where's the... Is it here? There's a central part near city. Here. Here's where I meant. The Grand Place. Belgium was destroyed more in World War One. Okay. I guess... Is this a famous building? No, it's not Belgium. It's not Belgium as well. I've just remembered some stuff. This is way too big. The road here. Are those the faces of French soldiers? I guess so. I guess so. Okay, we'll do Paris then. Fine. Fine, fine, fine. Just go somewhere random. A Swiss military division is parading through Bern. Oh. Okay. So no, it was Switzerland. None of us would have got that. We fucked up. Never mind. It might be the Isle of Man, I'm guessing. I'm guessing. There's a sign, you know. Isle of Man, happy holidays. But, I mean, is this not just London? This is London. This is London and this is a travel agency, right? Piccadilly. Yeah, this is London. David Bowie. Orgies in the heart of Paris. Fucking erotic blue. I am sexy. Bitch, what going on in fucking 1960s London? You are. You'll be here next. You dirty fecker, yeah. Oh yeah, Shemin. What underground is this? What fucking... It could be Soho. That is a good shout. What underground station is this? So Soho. Do you have places you recommend I check out? I genuinely think that all of the stolen loot that is in the British museums are really, like, British Museum's free to go to because it's stolen. But like, I think it's a great day out. You could maybe find something from Bangladesh, take it back, mate. You know, like steal it back from them. But the Natural History Museum, that shit. Like I some of my fondest memories. Good, recolonize it, exactly, liberate it. The Natural History Museum that has like a giant whale skeleton and shit is so cool. That shit's free. I also would recommend going to SOAS and getting a visitor's pass there to look around SOAS. That SOAS is the School of Oriental and African Studies in London. I'll show you in a second. It ironically started life as like the branch to train like colonial like officers, and is now like a very radical woke place full of like anti-colonial, like Loki, you know, you guys know the Loki, the artist. Loki is did his education at SOAS for a reason, right? The guy who raps about Palestine and shit, and I think he's from Iraq, right? That's him. That's him. That's where he went. That's where he studied. Where the fuck is Soho? Shoreditch, St. Luke's, Holborn. Who knows where Soho is? What region are we looking at? I thought it was the north, but I could be wrong. When I lived in London, I didn't go to Soho because I'm not a rich gay man. So I went to fucking, like, I went to Hackney, like all the lesbians did. I lived there as well. Where, it's not Chelsea, it's not Battersea, it's not Brixton. Where's Soho? Shoreditch, Hoxton, de Beauvoir, just Norfolk River, east or west. London is forbidden, Soho's above the river. Chelsea. It's not Stamford Bridge. Chelsea. Okay, let me just look. A district in London. West End of London. A fashionable district for the aristocracy. Yeah, it became like the place full of gays and sex workers in like the 50s and 60s. My best friend's dad lived in a squat in Camden in London for free. Just a different fucking time. A different fucking time. Right, it's this, innit? It's this area. Let's just pick somewhere like here. And 66. 73. PC Public as Trafalgar Square. Good lord. Good lord. In Trafalgar Square? Good lord. Okay, we did pretty shit at that. So, you guys are going to get a vote. Find the countries of Africa. I need 100% in this. I need 100%. I have done it before. I have fucked up before as well. So this is genuinely competitive. I'm going to give you the chance to vote. You will win points as well if you want to bet, if you want to do some legal gamba. So you got 2 minutes. Start the prediction now. Go, 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 go. Go, go, go. I have to get 100% every single country, and including the islands of Mauritius, Comoros, Mauritania? No, not Mauritania. Maldives, Cabo Verde, Sao Tome and Principe. All of these places. Go, 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 go. Right. Oh, shit me. Someone's dropped 7k on yes. I hope I don't let you down. Right, we got a good balance now. Someone's put a cheeky 5k into no. Remember, guys, you can do things like activate the mosque, get the badges on the go, shout Scottish wanker shit at people, salute Comrade Tito, be a lesbian. There's a bunch of fun things you can do with channel points here. I'm gonna burp, sorry. Holy shit balls. Yeah, drinking fizziness is makes me burp. Also, see, I am femme. Look, I've got a little vanilla candle. I messed up. I'm gonna vote yes.
Saluted Comrade Tito.
Thank you for saluting, Tito. Radical Hassanista. Welcome in, welcome in, welcome in. I thought red was yes. Too late now. Too late now, motherfuckers. Too fucking late now. You didn't believe in me. I'm sorry. The yes people, if I let you down, I'm sorry. Right. We're going to lock the fuck in. I'm going to put on some UK garage. I'm going to put on some fucking UK garage. We're going to lock the fuck in. Okay. Libya. Botswana. Guinea. Fuck! I knew that! No, I'm not allowing that. No! I fucked it! No! That never happened. Redacted. That never happened. That never happened. What the fuck are you on about? What are you even talking about? What are you even talking about? Absolutely nothing happened. No, you weren't robbed. Shut the fuck up. DRC. I'm ignoring chat for now. Senegal's, Comoros, that's the Seychelles. Equatorial Guinea. Zim, that's like when I was in Kenya this time last week. And last year. And I knew it. I just clicked the wrong thing because my hand-eye coordination is terrible. The Gambia. Okay, we're on it. Ghana. South Sudan. Ethiopia. Malawi. Guinea-Bissau is here. Chad. Tunisia. Burundi. Rwanda. Mozambique. Nigeria. Angola. Kenya, which I do remember where it is now. Okay, Guinea. Djibouti. Shut up, everyone. You saw nothing. I'll ban you if you say different. Liberia. Liberia is this one. Uganda is here. South Africa. Morocco. Namibia. Gabon. Republic of the Congo is here. Mauritius is this bad boy here. Burkina Faso is here. Cape Verde is here. Sao Tome and Principe is this guy here. Somalia is this, the Horn. Tanzania is here. Eritrea is this weird country here. Zambia is here. Sudan is here. Mali is here. Madagascar is here. Sierra Leone is this bad boy here. Comoros is the islands here. Mauritania is this guy here. Libya is here. Egg is here. That's Ivory Coast. Togo is next to Ghana. Algeria. Benin. Eswatini is here. That is not revisionist history. That 100% happened. If you believe something else happened there and you're angry at me, well, I'll fucking ban you. No, nothing happened. I don't even know what you're talking about. I don't even know what you're talking about. I don't even know what you're talking about. First, yeah, exactly. I don't even know why you needed to say that, Stephen. I don't even know why you needed to say that, though. I don't even know why you needed to say that. Yeah, right? Okay. Right. Let's do Bandle, and then we're going to start with politics stuff. You guys are free to guess as well. We are going to look at a couple of things today that are pretty important. I guess the long form stuff that we'll do is Hassan meeting Corbyn. We're going to look at the Nazis. That's what we're going to start with, I think, actually. Like the Nazis basically being pushed back in the UK, and how every time, we're just going to have to do this now, every time like the fucking fash in this country go out and try to burn people of color. Exactly. Go and try and burn people alive in their fucking homes. The anti-fascists are going to have to like come out onto the streets, basically, because there's no fucking option, right? There's no other fucking option. Anti-racist rallies 5 times the size and not violent have come out, and that's what we need. That's what we need. Fuck the fash. No, thank you. I'm not gonna know this from 2018. I'm not gonna know this. I'm a million years old. I'm not gonna know this. Oh. No, I don't know it. Anyone know this? Anyone want to guess? Cable Street was too long ago? Yeah, oh my god. The other day, wait, where's that Danny Dyer clip we had? Ariana Grande. Oh, okay. What song? I don't know it. Danny Dyer, Battle of Cable Street. Some fascists came out to Cable Street, which was a predominantly Jewish area. And as Danny tells us here, everybody came together and gave the Nazis a good fat and kicking.
Everybody down here knows about the Cable Street riot in 1930.
And fucking smashed the fucking cops. Smash the cops, smash the fash. Same fucking thing. Fascist slugs. I love this man so much. Just, where's that fucking twat, David Cameron? National hero.
Came goose-stepping down the street. So here he is, look. Oswald Mosley, the Melt. So this is a big Asian community.
The Melt.
Back in the day, it was a very Jewish.
The Melt.
And
the Melt.
Extenders, we won't stand for terrorism, so everybody came together. And
no tears left to cry.
A good kicking. And then the old Bill turned up and gave everyone else a good kicking.
Yep. Exactly, Danny. Exactly. Okay, I'll guess. No tears left to cry. Well done. I don't know this song. I don't know this song. I straight up don't know this song.
Turn it up, yeah, we turning it up. Ain't got no
I'm not that kind of gay. I'm sorry. Wrong gay. You need to get yourself a different gay. I ain't that bitch. Okay, fascism in the UK. So Belfast is on fire. Me and I need to make sure the VOD's up, actually. I'll do that now. Me and Kelt last week did a kind of deep dive, a real deep dive, an ADHD deep dive into the politics of Northern Ireland and how the north of Ireland, which is the remaining occupied bit of Ireland, sort of needs to be thought of as a very particular place with a particular history, almost like we're materialists, right? And that the fascism in the north of Ireland manifests itself a bit differently. The just like OG fascism of the rest of the UK, right? And the reason being they are a settler colonial state, right? Like it is genuinely a country where they didn't want the occupation of Ireland to end. And it was a bunch of imported settlers in the 1800s from Scotland, which is why we're about to see some footage from Scotland. That's the link of people who were Protestant. And they basically set up, I'm not joking, plantations. And they ethnically cleansed and genocided Irish people in order to steal their land. And that's why the north of Ireland is still a thing, right? Because we actually didn't really win our revolution. We had a treaty with the UK in order to secede. And a part of that treaty was letting go of the North, right? And that's why the IRA exists as well. It was the Celt thickness. It was. So we did a deep dive on that stuff. I'll make sure it's up. But basically, and I was really angry. I was really angry that everything was on fire. And the mainstream news coverage was very, like, treating it as if it's a part of the UK. And it's not, you know? It genuinely isn't. Like, the UK, colonial Ireland is a horror unto itself. But like I said, it would be. This is what happened in Belfast, anyway.
Losing everything. I think this is totally disgusting. Shouldn't have happened. Took me back.
Masked hooligans took to the streets and fucked shit up and hunted people of color down. I'm not exaggerating. This is not hyperbole.
Coming from everywhere else and they wreck our place. It's just disgusting. The people don't deserve that. They really don't. It's horrible.
She would have lived through the troubles as well.
We're at White Farners now and watch the whole house go up slowly but surely.
Like, great.
As soon as that car exploded, bumped all cost out of the door and that was it. Now they would go up. So that's just standing there watching the whole house go down.
But GB News says it wasn't a riot. That's the most fucking ridiculous. Like, I saw that, Stephen. I think did Turn Left do a video on it? I think Turn Left may have done a video on it. Yeah. We can look at this actually. Thank you for reminding me. It's like literally the most shocking thing I've ever seen. We won't watch all of it. I'm not gonna watch 20 minutes, but so that's the context, guys. Like, the UK is and we're in a real bad place. We're in a real fucking bad place, lads. We are the closest we've ever been to, like, a complete fucking fascistic takeover of the UK. Like, the kind of, like, we've got, like, liberal idiots in control who are very right-wing, of course, under Keir Starmer, who's a fucking twat. But they are going to be replaced because the media is just like, immigration bad. The reason why I was losing my shit last week was almost less the fucking fascists. It was more that it was being positioned as if the rational center was like, how do we stop immigration? As if these people who are hunting down people of colour in the street, and to be clear, in the north of Ireland, Irish Catholics as well, Fenians, if you know the context of the history, you know that literally there was a prolonged conflict between these people to the point where there are walls that separate communities in Belfast, right? People were being hunted down and it was presented as a... Don't they have a point, though? Aren't these people really upset? And that is what kind of made me snap. The BBC is such a right-wing fucking shit-stained, bollocksing bullshit of a fucking media institution that people say is left-wing. Get the fuck is the BBC fucking left-wing? It is the most reactionary fucking tripe you've ever read. I hate it. I hate it here, guys. I fucking hate it here. But here is a little, legitimate concerns. They're burning people in their homes, you dumb cunts. And the BBC's like, do they have a point? Do they have a point? And I also, everyone here is like, we need to be in NATO. We need to make sure we have a big military because Russia's bad. A guy went on the radio and was like, you are all fucking insane. We need to be engaging in diplomacy with Russia. Like, there's nothing that says that Russia will attack this country. That's my stance, by the way. We should leave NATO to protect the people of the UK. That's my stance. I don't want the people of the UK contributing to or dying in colonial wars. But the BBC presenter called this guy an idiot. The impartial BBC, the second that you challenge the proper mechanisms of power, NATO, the military-industrial complex, is the second that you fucking get ridiculed, right? But the best thing about following people like me is you folks are the people who pay me, not the BBC. So I can call NATO the fucking imperialist death machine that is designed to murder people in the global south by having young lads and women from Britain die for the wealthy elite and pretending to call it defense. I can say that shit. And nobody can come and fucking stop me from speaking the fucking truth within terms of service. Like, NATO is literally terrible. NATO has done nothing but murder people to defend, like, rich people's profits. Good morning, Copioid. By the time the police dispersed the anti-fascists, the Mosleyites, fascists, from the British Union of Fascists, we straight up, people in chat have said this, there have always been fascists in the UK who call themselves fascists. They're very outspoken fascists, right? Mosley's grandson, by the way, the head of the fascists, runs Planter in the UK. Kind of writes itself, doesn't it? But on the flip side to all of this fucking bullshit is, do not forget, people of Britain and elsewhere, there are always, like, people who are with us. There are people who share our ideological convictions. The anti-fascists in Northern Ireland, so you guys know, because of the phenomenon that is the north of Ireland, right? Occupied Ireland. The leftists in Northern Ireland are substantially more radical than the leftists in the rest of the UK because their political reality has been forged through colonization, right? And resistance to that colonization. It is different. People liken it to, like, Israel-Palestine. It's not like that. It is a different reality, but it is 100% settler colonialism. Like, the anti-fascists are, like, anti-imperial. It's not just a vague anti-war thing. It is, they're marching for Palestine. If you spoke to them about indigenous liberation in America, they'd be pretty fucking on it on the whole, you know. Yeah, it's a different kind of reality.
After nights of riots, disorder and streets set alight.
Be these old ladies.
Different scene today. Thousands gathered in an anti-racism rally. Their message: we must stand up against violence and hate and be as loud as the rioters.
This is the real Belfast. Like, we need to work together, both sides of the community, to say that all people are welcome here. And
she means a Protestant and Catholic. She means settler and the person who's being occupied. This also, I think it's good that the political reality of the North is talking about a political voting solution to the North becoming, you know, liberated with the rest of the island of Ireland, which, to be clear, will happen. Oh no. What did I say? Bollocksing. Oh, God. Yo, all of my clips are just asterisk, 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 bloody asterisk, asterisk. It doesn't know that bollocksing is fucking stained bollocks. Swear word. Bullshit. of a fucking media institution that people say is left wing. Get to fuck is the BBC fucking left wing. It is the most reactionary fucking tripe you've ever read. I hate it. I hate it. Is I wrong though? I'm not. Thank you. We're going to share that to YouTube. Thank you for clipping that. Stephen, thank you. Let her cook is all I have to say. So I think some people would be like, yo, that's really lib coded. Like, we all need to get along. What you need to realize is people were killing each other, and the IRA putting down their guns was them saying, thank you, Bluff. All hail Queen Hot Sauce. Thank you so much for the subscription and for supporting me for 5 months. Super appreciated. What you folks need to realize is we were in a paradigm where people were like, we need to get to the point where when the North is brought back into the loving embrace of Mother Irie, we need to ensure that violence doesn't explode everywhere, and we need to ensure that people's rights are ingrained, and we do that by stopping Ireland being a neoliberal shithole. But so people might be like, this is a bit lib-coded. Genuinely, it's not. Like, this was a testament to the peace process being a slow chipping away of, like, really the political power of the fucking British terrorists, the British state terrorists, right? And I hope you folks can understand that people given an option for not having to engage in armed conflict, like, won't, because it will cause mass death, because it did in the north of Ireland. Many civilians, many Fenians, right, were rounded up and put in detention camps and killed by the British state. So if we can agitate, and there is a genuine path, which there is, to the liberation of the North, the occupied North, through these means, I beg of you not to think that this is lib-coded. It was a political decision by the armed IRA, seeing the long-term vision of a united Ireland. And I think, as somebody who's both British and Irish, I think that they are right in that calculation. And I think it would be one of my biggest fears from watching this was, oh my God, are we going to see the North kick off again? Which is bad. It's bad, guys. Like, thank you for the follow. It's bad. Like, I know that, like, there is the moral argument that the North can liberate itself, right? But we can also simultaneously understand that the liberation of the North does not have to be just men in balaclavas. It can be people arguing, right? But it is on the Irish state to ensure that when the North is returned, the civilians there, all civilians from all backgrounds, and this is hard for me to say as someone who firmly believes in anti-colonial theory and reality, that those people still need rights. They need the right to practice their religion and stuff, right? They would have to have some aspects of their, like, political parties curtailed because, like, literally they're terrorists. They came from terrorism. They came from, like, murdering Irish Catholics. And the sooner that that's gotten rid of, the better. But your average person, nah, she's right. She's right, guys. She is right.
That the people who were out rioting do not.
Anti-fascist struggle is that England outlawed anti-fascist groups, which was an acceptable long-term thing. I didn't realise that they outlawed the anti-fascists. Most Euro-coded thing, though.
I know, which is primarily a city of welcome, of love, and people who stand against racism. So that's why I'm here to stand with my neighbours who maybe weren't born here, that they are welcome, that this is their city too, and to call out the politicians who, I'm afraid, with some of their inflammatory rhetoric, have fueled...
Exactly. So the Ulster Defence Force are terrorists, guys. I need to make this clear. They are colonial terrorists. They are Northern Irish Brits, unionists, who terrorised the Irish Catholic population on Irish Catholic soil. right? Catholic. It doesn't matter if we're Catholic or not, right? Like, it's not really a Catholic Protestant thing. It is a settler colonial thing, of which Ireland. The reason why we were so ripe for the colonization is because we were dumb, we were dumb pagans, and then we were dumb Catholics, right? Horseshoe theory with an Islander twist. What was horseshoe theory about it, though?
Streets, burning buses, throwing
You have to break that down for
and
me. I know
blocking
some
roads.
stuff.
Anti-immigration protests erupted on
This is
Tuesday
what we were
night
watching the other
after
week. It's
footage
really
captured
bad.
the moment a man was violently stabbed in the street before passers-by came to his rescue. Hadi El-Odid, a 30-year-old Sudanese national, was charged with attempted murder on Wednesday. 40-year-old Stephen Ogilvy lost his left eye in the attack.
Yeah, the attack. Look, the attack was fucking awful. The attack was awful. It was really horrible. This guy had his eye stabbed. I condom hummus, etc., etc., etc. A week before, a Protestant settler, colonist, Irish fella murdered his girlfriend, his pregnant girlfriend. Where's the riots? Where's you giving a shit about the violence enacted upon women? By the way, is sound coming through your speakers? Let me set up my headphones.
I'm sort of a gay hero.
Let me set up my headphones. Let's see if this I can get it a bit better, so you guys don't have to listen to an echo as well. No matter what I do, the gate doesn't work very well for some reason for me, for my mic. Hi, sorry I fell asleep during a stream. You don't have to apologize. Why are you apologizing? Welcome in. You don't have... Nobody has to apologize, guys. I'm just grateful that you're here and I have an audience. Protect all women, terms and conditions apply. Exactly. But it's selective outrage by racists, to make this clear, who clearly don't value the lives of, like, women or give a shit about that, because it doesn't make their racist political point, to put it really bluntly. You know? Let me see if this works as well. Headphones. Okay. How loud? Okay. Hopefully, guys, this is better for you.
Hospital as he recovers. His family said they do not want this terrible tragedy to fuel hostility.
Good morning, Naughty Reaper. Welcome in, my friend.
Ignored their plea and went door to door, targeting Belfast's ethnic minority communities. The government described
This is like watching something from the fucking Troubles again. It really is. It's horrible.
Their behaviour as racist thuggery. Earlier this week, I visited the largest mosque in Belfast, which now has 24-hour security.
We just don't want an individual act of loneliness to affect the whole community or whole community be targeted. We always say two wrongs doesn't make right. So we condemn violence in any way or shape by individuals, organization, or whatever. It's just not acceptable. We are living in a country of law and so we just want to give the authority a chance.
Unrest in Belfast follows similar protests in Southampton over the killing of Henry Novak.
No worries, no worries.
There, 13 people have been jailed over violent clashes with police. And in Northern Ireland, 23 people have so far been charged. But after...
Yeah, it's their fucking dads on the other fucking side, that's why. Given Belfast, my love, don't worry. As we were looking, as we were just looking at, like, the anti-fascists came out en masse. Somebody earlier said anti-fascists should also be anti-capitalist. I understand that. I think, in general, yes, I agree. But I think it's important to make a distinction between a liberal and a fascist, because there is a distinction politically, and we can call, like, a liberal, as damaging as liberalism is, right, on the world, without calling it fascist. And I think that if my area of work now is communications, just calling everyone a fascist is, like, it's not good I guess, discourse. I think that often we have to jump between who we discuss certain things with and how we frame things. Do Irish people call it the Troubles? I always thought it sounded a bit like British media downplaying the occupation. To be honest, the Irish government and Irish Irish state is like super weak. I'd love Ireland to be what you motherfuckers think Ireland is. It's not. It's a tax haven. It's a tax haven. You know? I'd love Ireland to be what I thought it was until I started learning more. Hi, Mifra. I don't think the two are mutually exclusive. Yes. But it's a bit reductive. That's basically how I see it. Like, I think that we can be anti-liberalism, anti-capitalist, and anti-fascist combined, and we just are those things as socialists, right? But we can make the effort, I guess, or I should be somebody, right? Who cares about chatters? But I do think as somebody who works in communications that, like, communications is my passion, lol. But no, like, I do think people will be like, stop listening if you call like all of the I don't know, like Andy Burnham's probably gonna win the election in the UK, and he is the essence of liberalism that is like terrible, really, really terrible. I feel like I can say a billion things about him and critique him and his entire political paradigm, but I don't think he's a fascist. I think that Keir Starmer is verging on being an authoritarian fascist, right? And I think that the distinction is, I guess it's important to me. There are liberals that are against fascism, but it seems to me their narrative is based on morals. I agree, actually. I'd agree with that. And I think a naivety of like, yeah, but like our institutions will stop fascism or something, you know? But like sometimes, I guess if we look at history, like the liberal nationalists in China had to work with the communists, or the communists had to work with the liberal nationalists in China to overthrow the Japanese like evil empire, and then they immediately lost against the communists who got their country. But do you know what I mean? Like that, the distinction is important conceptually. For now, we need to get libs on board, not drive them away. Yeah, and look, hey, we have people who come in here and they're like, you're a fucking tanky dyke, fuck you. And I'm like, okay, like, you won't listen to me, fine. You know? But I do feel that separating that and being nuanced is quite important. We don't complain in America. We have someone so bad, I plan on leaving the entire country when I can. But you see, I live in poverty. I mean, we're going to look at something in Europe after this. We're going to look at something after this. Like, we're looking at a fascistic future in Europe, 100%. And I am concerned. I'm concerned. Fascism suborns institutions. They kill the spirit of the law with the letter of the law. I like the way you frame that. So fascists are just like, this is the thing about Trump. Trump's like, I'm going to murder all of you and your institutions are bullshit. Fuck you. And liberals are like, no, not my institutions. Oh my God. Right? Whereas actual working class, you know, communities in America who are trying to struggle for change should be much more focused on the material realities of what's taking place, right? And you cannot like legalize your way out of like settler colonial capitalism and the imperialist like death and war machine that, to be clear, the liberals in America just want to brand in a better way. They're pissed off that Iran has gone so bad. You know, the lesbian, it depends. So there's Shoreditch and Haringey and Hackney in these areas. It depends where you're going. So, just to finish this, in Glasgow as well, Nazi scum were like, again, not hyperbolic. Not hyperbolic. People Sieg Heiling with Israeli flags who are proud of being unionists under the British state. Like, guys, this is British reality. There are many people in Britain who are clinging on to the colonial past like it's a good thing and that we should replicate it now and we should be doing shit. Right? In Glasgow, yeah. Yeah. But look who came out, right? In opposition to it. So here, off our street, Nazi scum. Off our street.
Nazi scum!
There was a small amount of Nazis. You can see there being, look here, the cowards. Look, can see here. Grabs kill the Yankee ass will be right over. Yeah. Like, fuck these cunts. Okay? I have to say stuff that's terms of service friendly. No, this is terms of service friendly. Guys, I took you out to a protest in Sheffield that was for when we had fucking race riots last time, right? Join your fucking local leftists. Go out and be like, we cannot allow Nazi scum to go door to door and hurt our fucking comrades of colour. Okay? We cannot allow this. If you are well, like, you guys know I can't do this now, right? I'm too ill. But, like, if you can do this, be like these people here. Look at this guy. He's Sieg Heiling. Look. You think I'm joking? This is British colonialism, okay? At its most transparent and raw. Israel flag, Union flag, Nazi salute. Be on this side. Be with this old guy. Be with these young woke people with the Palestinian flag, the Namibian, Congolese flag. I don't know what that shit is. Fucking some kind of communist flag, a trade unionist flag. Be on this side. My Yakubian subjects here. Make them not welcome. The cops are protecting them. Make them unwelcome. Make it known if they come to the streets, you will be there. With a lot of people. Don't go by yourself. You can get hurt. Absolute W Glasgow. Absolute W Glasgow. So, folks, just so you know, I need to do a pitch. This is my full-time job now. Preparing and yapping about politics with you guys is what my work is now, I guess. If you're enjoying this, the way that you can support me is either a subscription. We made our sub goal. I'm going to put a new sub goal of a Pride fit, which will be later. So tomorrow there's going to be a workout stream. So thank you, folks, for the 50 subs. Super fucking appreciated. As you can see, the bar at the top is I've tried to set up a tip goal. This is brand new for me. I'm trying to learn how to like do any of this. A lot more of this money like goes directly into my pocket. So if you were someone who found a way to watch me without any interruptions, but you'd like to directly support streamer, the link here that I'm posting is how you can support me and offer a tip. There should be a special tip like redeem that happens as well. Hold on, it's here. Yeah. And if we make the tip goal, I stay on for longer. And today I will be finishing or continuing Chrono Trigger because I've been doing a voice acted version of that game and it's really fun. So if you want that, then we need to get our tips up. There, I'm done. Okay, thank you for the support. I really hate this. But okay, right, let's so yeah, far right rioters in Belfast, yeah, like they be like literally be a part of the group that is in opposition to this. Look at them. Look at them. Look at them. And the BBC's like, they're just concerned citizens, you know? They're just concerned citizens. Fucking scumbag. Yo!
No, this is a crayon.
Thank you so much, Anonymous, for the £1 tip. What there? Yeah, it works. Thank you for getting us to check this shit out as well. Thank you so much for being, I think, the first ever person, Anonymous, for tipping me on this platform. So thank you so much. Super duper appreciated. Like I said, I do try and ensure that I'm preparing things for you guys and that I cover things as best as I can. There is work that goes into this. And on that note, so let's link these two things together. Even though the UK isn't in the EU, it's linked. Hear me out. And even though the government was like, that's really bad, don't do that. This was the response the other week to Nazis burning people in their homes. Following the stabbing in Belfast, a government source says it will intensify immigration enforcement to track down, detain, arrest, and remove illegal migrants in Northern Ireland. Who the fuck goes to Northern Ireland? No one. It's a shithole. The Home Secretary is investing $3.7 billion into ICE, basically, over the next 3 years, including in Northern Ireland. An investment into enforcement will increase by over 20% in 2028-29. The source added that this will see a surge in intelligence-led operations by Immigration Enforcement and Border Force. Sorry, that's our ICE. Along the CTA routes to detect, track down, and arrest and remove those staying illegally. Nearly 1,000 people residing illegally have been removed in the last year. The number of asylum seekers in supported accommodation in Northern Ireland. Oh my God! Asylum seekers is not illegal. I fucking hate this bullshit. See, this is just reactionary right-wing shite. To seek asylum is not illegal. I've been through this. I did. For those who want to see, I have a YouTube. We brought on a spokesperson from a queer asylum seeker organization. I myself, when I was was very involved in supporting stuff around queer asylum seeking. This fucking bullshit. This really pisses me off. Did I put it up? Yes, it's here. Micro Rainbow, you can watch this. I go into the specifics here, and you can follow YouTube as well if you want. Follow my YouTube if you want. The specifics of why all of that is fucking bullshit is right there for you folks. Thank you for the follow. So their immediate, to be clear, their immediate response to literally like people were trying to lynch people in this country. People were trying to lynch people in this country. Their response was to be like, yeah, but we're gonna give ICE more money. We're gonna give ICE more money. I might leave this, but yeah, like our version of Fox News denied that it took place as well. That it was a riot. They're like, it's not a riot. It's not a riot. It's not a riot. Like, this is fucking preposterous. I'll leave you with just the introduction to this, so you can see this from Novara.
Belfast.
Not Ivy Park, ma'am. Come on, our liberation for women should be liberation for women in garment factories as well. Bangladeshi women deserve liberation. Sorry, this is my problematic thing. I am considering as well, guys, doing some like a run of like 30 t-shirts that people can buy. I just need to find an ethical place that I can do it. I've got some designs that I think could be cool. Right, I'm going to pee. I'll be back in a second. I'm going to check on Doggo as well.
Racists burning down the homes of people they believed to be migrants or just non-white. Lives were put at risk and livelihoods were destroyed. Now, in response, some politicians on the far right have been reluctant to condemn this violent racism. More bizarrely, some high-profile journalists have denied it even happened.
To suggest that these skirmishes that we've seen in Belfast tonight, because they weren't riots. They weren't riots. There weren't people marauding through the streets with pitchforks.
There was a house set on fire, Beverly. There was a house set on fire. We've seen numerous pictures of fires ablaze in Belfast. This is disgraceful, violent behaviour that is not going to get anyone anywhere. It's going to further terrify communities who are already traumatised by the horrific images that were shown around the world from last night.
And what you have just done is precisely the rage baiting that I am trying to do the opposite of.
What are you talking about?
You are saying, but people's houses are burned down. This is awful, this is awful. I'm saying, actually, it isn't that dramatic. There aren't bodies piled up in hospital
Someone's
tonight,
house
Matthew.
being burned down in a riot is not that dramatic. What are you saying, Bev? What words are you allowing out of your mouth?
There was no riot. There was no riot.
There was no riot.
There is not a house that has been burnt down.
There was no riot. There is not a house that has been burned down. That was Beverly Turner, host at GB News, claiming that the pogroms in Belfast, I suppose, did not in fact happen. And she said very explicitly no houses were burned down. Now, you know some were. We're just going to show you some footage anyway, just to remind you. All of this is footage from Tuesday evening. So before she was speaking there, multiple houses set on fire, multiple families, including one with a 2-month-old baby, being forced to flee their homes. This footage was all available at the time of Turner's broadcast. Indeed, much of it had already been shown on her channel. Let's look at the rest of that extraordinary exchange.
Fucking ridiculous. Fucking cunt. What a fucking absolute twat. Fucking like mouthpiece for fucking fascism. Go fuck yourself, you fucking cunt. Like, you know, what is the bullshit Orwell quote? You know, I didn't believe the truth before my eyes, brother. Like, ridiculous. UK media is fucking fascist, Recorder. This is the furthest right, definitely. But, like, what I'm more interested in is GB News. Yeah. Right, so let's look at the comments on actual GB News. Sorry. Belfast devastated by violent riots. Right. Beverly Turner. Fuck's Beverly Turner? Okay. Was it this? It's this fucking twat.
Where are we?
Everyone's just being racist. Everyone's just being racist. What a surprise. Everyone's being racist. They want you to keep calm whilst destroying your homeland. You fucking fascists did that. You fascist scum did that. Wow, look. This guy fixed it. Stop rewarding illegal migration with taxpayer-funded benefits. That already happens, by the way. No money, no come. Shit, mate. No one thought of that. I'm going to share this on YouTube as well. Thank you, Stephen. LHS stained bollocksing. I'm so foul-mouthed. You wouldn't believe me if I said I grew up in a household, like an Irish Catholic household that was like, you can't swear. You shouldn't swear. Maybe because I sweared so much. Like, no money, no cum. Chud's sex life. My sex life now, frankly. Fascists like immigrants as long as they can put them to work with near zero pay. I mean... I understand the point you're making. I feel like people are just racist here, though. Sorry. In the UK. Swear jar? Fuck that, mate. Fuck a swear jar. Fucking bankrupt myself. I've only just set up tips, guys. Let me be a lib. Can these people actually be deprogrammed? I don't think you're being liberal. Look, when people are like, you've lost hope, you're being a lib, or you think you can change people, you're being a lib, like, oh, fuck off. It's very online behavior. I think what you mean is, I am concerned, and how do we change this? I swing with my opinions a lot. I feel like more than anything, I can't be the bitch who ever fucking changed a fascist. I am a fucking card-carrying butch lesbian who's like, I am a socialist. Like, you already have to go through like a bit of a vibe check to like be here. Do you know what I mean? And be chatting with me. So it might be the thing where it's like, other people have to be the people that do this. Everyone here, hopefully, has either gone through or is going through a deprogramming of like liberal ideology, because pretty much all of us come from liberal ideology. Excuse me. So I would say yes, but I think science kind of shows that unless somebody wants to change their mind, unless someone's ready and willing to be like, I'm going to listen to you and I'm going to change my mind, like having debates and arguing with people is not very effective. The only thing that's effective is listening to people, meeting them where they're at, and slowly pushing themselves out of their ideological, framing, pushing. I think that's all you can do. Like, if you came in hot with loads of people, do you know what I mean? They're like, they're just going to switch off. What would Gramsci say about that? I guess Gramsci would say cultural hegemony at the moment is incredibly right-wing, and that's a manifestation of like the fascism of the state, and that when we are socialists, we're operating outside of the paradigm, right? The intellectual paradigm that he would say, bobbity boobity. So fucking, such a shit joke. Sorry, guys. Bobbity boobity, fuck you. No, he, nothing, he'd be in jail. But no, I guess like you can sort of liberate, like, the liberation of the mind is a very important thing. That it is a brute reality that people come from liberalism, right? Do you know where you pronounce Gramsci like that in England? Kairos is coming at me. Gramsci. No, it's Gramsci, mate. Fuck off. Wait, there's communists here? Nah. Can I kiss them? Because you asked so nicely, yes.
Gay hero.
Look, was I the bitch who called it Foucault instead of Foucault when I first started reading The History of Sexuality? All 3 volumes. Yeah. When I say liberal on the issues, when I say liberal on this issue is a narrative where people are chanting education, But then we need to consider what's been done to protect the victims in the meanwhile, because deprogramming takes a lot of time and some people may turn up to be enemies. I guess, and I know this isn't particularly profound what I'm going to say, but I don't think we have any other option than to try. So, for those who don't know me and are new, I have a really bad autoimmune condition. And sometimes people are like, how the fuck do you cope with all this? And like, there is no alternative. I have to cope. That's it. For anyone who's faced sickness in their life or the sickness of someone that they really care about and they love, that's it, right? It's like, I have no choice. They're unwell. I love them. I have to learn how to just deal with it. And that's that, right? I think that the reality is we're in a liberal world and it's a liberal girls material. I couldn't make that joke. We live in a liberal world. We live in a liberal paradigm. Deprogramming is something that, like, I guess we have to operate in the world by being like, no, people can be deprogrammed, so we should try. We should try and do that. Madon. But this is something I'm pretty big on, like, even though I'm a massive hypocrite because I fucking shouted so much last week at people who were like, Putin's going to steal my mum's, like, pension. I just lost my shit. It's really hard not to sometimes. It's like the UK government's doing that right now. Well done. You dumb bitch fell for it again. See, I can't help myself. Communication is important. Learning to listen to people is really important. Like, all of these fucking psychological studies show that people will not change unless they feel like they're being listened to. I don't know. All that we know is that the liberal paradigm will fail and that we need to expand on the gaps there. And I think being encouraging to people, like, look, when I say I'm a Luxembourgist, right? The thing that I find, apart from the culture of leftism in the UK and democratic socialism, don't make the revolutionary democratic distinction in your mind, because that's not what I mean, actually. I mean how you govern a state and the kind of things that you look, which is, I'd say things like Cuba. Cuba is a really democratic society, which I know some people will be like, what? I think Cuba is like both a revolutionary society and a democratic socialist society, because they have a very rich culture of like diverse community institutions that work with the state to bring about social change. That's what I think is really fucking cool. That's what I mean as a Luxembourgist, right? That's what I'm like. I read Rosa, who the fucking Nazis killed, and I'm like, this is a good ideal. This is an ideal that I think is really important and nourishing. And a part of that is trying to get the masses to the place where they see themselves as workers who have more in common with the workers of Kenya, fucking North Korea, fucking China, fucking South Africa, fucking America than the elites. But I don't need to tell you guys, like, it's really hard to get people there. I would just say we try our hardest. You just put a message out there, and you try and work with people. I will always operate on a system where people can ask me questions, and I approach it from like as open and as fair a perspective as I can when it comes to matters like this. But I think it's difficult. I think we all know it's difficult, right? But I think that there's no other option. We have to try. China is, yeah. Well, exactly. And like America, and we're going to look at this in a second, I know some stuff. Like the EU, following on from all of this, the EU is like, ooh, look at this. You're doing the fascisms and like murdering people in the streets and black banning them and detaining them. Me wants that. Someone give me a sub. I just destroyed this. Wait, what did you say? If Cuba is democratic, why is Cuba Gooding Jr. American? Checkmate liberal. Shit, I got fucking wrecked in the marketplace of ideas, lads. Does anybody have... I think you'll find that you destroyed this social justice warrior. Yeah. I think you'll find that... no, sorry, blah, 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 my brain. Does anybody have a gifty for Kairos? Does anybody have a gifty for Kairos? This implies that America is undemocratic. I mean, heaven forbid you think that having a fucking capitalist economy is one of the most undemocratic things that you could possibly do. But sorry, just to like silence and dot along the line that thought. There's no other option than trying. All of you are people who are active in politics. I hear like a lot of other streamers who I think are great, and like Sad Girl, thank you for the raid again, and people like DJ who I'll be watching later, DJ Mule, like people who, and Shemin here, the mod here, Shemin, who I was streaming with yesterday, like people who are very active in organizing, right? And you folks know that I'm active as well. I just have to, like, I'm really immunocompromised. If I get sick, I'll die. So I have to be super careful with what I do. For now. And I guess go out, organize, and try. And the more you spend out there learning, the better you'll get at having these conversations with people, I think. And look, I lost my shit last week when people were saying how we needed to increase the military budget in the UK because Russia bad. Like, I straight up was like screaming at people because I just fucking couldn't take it anymore, because I've had this conversation so many times and I wasn't being listened to. So I'm a hypocrite. Sometimes I lose my shit as well. And I'm like, you're being so stupid. You are falling for it again, and they are cutting disability and they're going to kill people like me because of this. Like, how can you be here for so long and believe this, right? So I'm a hypocrite. Sometimes I don't keep it cool. Sometimes I'm not able to meet people where they are. I get it. I don't think you were always able to do that, guys. But I think it's an ideal that we should try and strive for. Especially because democratic values are actually socialist values, right? Like, we know, guys, as socialists, that we actually want, like, a healthy democracy of the economy, right? And that we currently live under fucking an authoritarian capitalist system where freedom is the freedom to sell our labor to a particular kind of person, unless we've inherited generational wealth, probably from slave owners, right? That's posited and given to us, and you can choose. You can democratically choose which party wants you to sell your labor in a particular way. Go fuck yourself, pause, right? We know that the actual democracy is a socialist value, but there's so much shit to break down with, folks. Why do you have the Antichrist on the stream? Yo, shut the fuck out to this queen. She fucking could have been such a, like, lib. She was being groomed to be a lib, and she became our woke queen. The people's princess. Project, welcome in, my friend. Lovely to meet you. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Russia bad is liberal friendly xenophobia. Yeah. Audra, welcome in, my friend. Just do a little cheeky. That's just for you, Audra, because Audra and her chat were like really nice about me yesterday, and thank you. That helped my self-esteem. If we could get a shouty for Audra, please. Thanks for having a really fun stream last night. It was really great to hang out in. Gay silliness, guys. Audra does a lot of stuff about like black politics in America. I would love to find someone who covers like we have a lot of folks, really cool folks like yourself, who cover American, like the American black and brown like experience, and there just isn't. There's only one sort of person I can think of, probably because I'm white and silly, but like that I can think of who does that from a British perspective, and I would love to like put in the roster like more stuff from that perspective, particularly as we've just spoken about race riots, you know. But it's like the people who are quite big in the leftist scene are like Kavanaugh and No Justice, right? Who are white. So yeah, it would be good for that to become more diverse. The first priority is to military protect this nation of food banks. Yeah, exactly. Fucking ridiculous. Fuck the post-Soviet Russian state. Actually, I think you'll find that they're anti-imperial. Lol, I'm joking. No, they're not. Source, Sudan, Myanmar, all the places that they're quite actively not anti-imperial. But anyway, Greta is whatever Hassan should be. Agreed. Agreed. A strong agree. Strong agree, actually. Yeah. Yeah. Read. We met yesterday. I was explaining stuff about Hello Project. Yes, we did. We were having that chat about the EFF. Welcome in, Ahmed. Lovely to meet you. Lovely to meet you. Right. Whilst we listen to the Antichrist, which is just an autistic lady, then basically, like, yeah, the EU is like, ooh, the boot of America. I like that. Give me some.
Across the US,
I'm gonna find this.
Shooting people, disappearing people, and tearing families apart. Here in Europe, they're taking notes, and they want to do the same thing in your city. This is part of an EU-wide deportation plan. European governments and institutions are pushing through a new law, which the far right have celebrated as the start of the era of deportations. Europe claims to be founded on values of democracy, rule of law, and human rights. So where are those values now? Under the new law, countries could build deportation prisons far outside of Europe, out of sight, out of mind. This is nothing new. European governments have always tried to avoid the consequences of their actions. Their colonial empires...
The situation hold on. The situation is extremely bad in northern Gaza City. Could you please share my campaign and talk about me a little bit? Yes, I definitely can, my love. So this is... I want to make sure I have the right one first. I want to make sure I have the right one. This is in the Discord as well, folks. This is your campaign, and this is the current one. Because I know there was a couple, so I want to make sure I'm on the right one. If you want to come into Discord, by the way, as well, folks, the link is there. You are more than welcome to join us. Yeah, it is, isn't it? Yes. As we know, folks, it was the same one. I thought so. So we have it in the Discord as well for you, love. If you have some spare cash, please help our Ahmed and his family. Yeah. Folks, they are trying to ethnically cleanse Gaza. They're trying to make life intolerable, to drive people from their land. If you are able, if you have a spare $5 today, you know, a couple of bucks, please throw it Ahmed's way. It will be very, very helpful. And I think your sister's getting married, I think, if I remember correctly. So if you would like to help the family celebrate that it would be very... Now's a great time to give a little bit of a donation, if you can. Yes, back to Greta as well, who obviously has been a great advocate for Palestine, and links it intersectionally. She, by the way, has the growth of Greta has been really great to see. No worries, Ahmed, anytime. You know, our thoughts are with you. Free fucking Palestine is all I have to say, and I wish you, the family, I wish your family the best, and I hope you are able to have an enjoyable wedding celebration together, and you're able to have some joy at this time. We all wish you the best. And yeah, folks, if you have any spare cash, that's a great place to put it. Give a little if you can. Greta has also been really involved in the Sami resistance in the north, which is a state. Sapmi is in northern Norway, Sweden, Finland, and parts of Russia. It's the far northwest. I'll pin it as well. She's just become like really fucking woke, you know, really, really cool. And guys, if you don't have any money yourself, if you can share it around with people, that would be great as well. You know, like it's okay if you don't have money, you know, you don't have money. That's just the reality. But if you could share it in different servers and places, that would be cool.
Their colonial empires extracted wealth from across the world.
Facts.
Rubber from Congo,
Facts.
cotton from India,
Facts.
Gold from West Africa, while violence and famine were kept far from Europe's borders.
Facts.
Now European-made weapons...
Apart from Ireland. Apart from Ireland. But yes, because we were a colonial state at the time as well.
...are found at sites of mass violence. In Sudan, EU countries supply components for Israeli arms as the genocide in Palestine rages on. And European diplomats sit down in Brussels with the Taliban to negotiate deportation deals. They fuel the wars and climate catastrophes people run from, then build the prisons waiting for them when they arrive. And in the end, who benefits from that? People facing rising living costs, crumbling healthcare systems, or underfunded public services? No, the people who profit are private security companies, detention contractors, surveillance firms, and deportation airline owners. This is the hidden reality. Public money is being directed away from housing, schools, and healthcare as powerful politicians cut deals with wealthy CEOs, turning deportation into an ever-expanding industry. This is not a fight between people with papers and people without.
Thank you.
It's a fight between the people who believe human rights belong to everyone and politicians and corporations gaining power and profit from taking them away. Together, we can create a Europe where nobody fears and knock at the doors that may take them away from their home forever, and where everybody is safe and can thrive. This future is ours to take. It will be decided by what we refuse to accept. The European Parliament will vote on this law the next week. It's happening quickly and quietly before people understand what is being built. This is our moment to refuse it. Refuse outsourced prisons, refuse far-right policy, refuse a Europe governed by fear. Call your MP, write to your government, tag your ministers in the comments and let them know that this won't keep us safe. We keep us safe.
Yeah, she's fucking great, isn't she? Like, just became such a cool human being. Like, summarized pretty much everything that I could think of around this. So, to be clear, also, folks, hold on. I'm trying to get my YouTube shorts a little bit of traction in the algo, because I'm hoping people will come to stream from it. Look, either it works or it doesn't. Fucking shit stained bollocksing bullshit. If you can watch it, comment, like, subscribe, all that shit, it then boosts it in the algo. So there's the short. Basically, yeah, me being foul-mouthed about the BBC. Thank you, Stephen, for the short for the clip as well. It made a perfect short there. But yeah, like I'm just trying with the hope that like people start coming in. You never know. Either it works or it doesn't. Okay, so back to the matter at hand. Yeah, the EU is like really quietly basically setting up loads of deportation hubs that are like out of sight, out of mind. And basically, yeah, backing stricter migration rules and most importantly, a process for enforcing it, right? And I just want to remind people, we're speaking about that liberalism, fascism discussion. So we're not at a point where people are going to be mass murdered, okay? But we are at a point of people being rounded up off the streets and put into detention camps. Please just reflect on the history. And I don't know where this is going to go. I don't think it would go to mass murder. I think it would go to a private prison industrial complex that would steal the labor of these people, which was the initial work of the Holocaust, by the way. You killed half of the people and then you basically made slaves out of the other half, right? Those similarities are pretty fucking suspect, right? If you are like, but it's not a Nazism, it's not a fascism. The parallels are this. There was fuck tons of people who lived a normal day-to-day life in Nazi Germany. And then suddenly, there were men bashing down windows and doors, smashing open places and stealing people into the night. They were Jewish people, they were Romani people, they were queer people, they were comrades, they were Slavic people. And then they were gone. And some of them were put into ghettos, right? And some of them were taken to camps away from the sight of most other people and any form of media, right? This is where the liberal to fascist pipeline Israel is very, very Israel. I mean, yeah, but is very real in Israel as well. Where, remember, a huge component of the fucking Holocaust was stealing the labor of the undesirables of the state. And I'm being motherfucking serious. I'm being motherfucking serious. America is the shitty older sibling and the younger ones that are copy it, even though they're toxic as fuck. I mean, the EU is we are the OGs here of fucking settler colonialism. Yeah, this is like I need to stress to people that the parallels with like the stories that liberals tell us never again are happening. But liberals will say it's not because it's not white people. And it's not you and your families. And it's not my mum, my immigrant mum. My mum is an immigrant. This isn't gonna happen to her because she's white. And she's, sorry, my expat mum. Okay? My mum does not have a British passport. My mum is fucking Norwegian. My mum is not a citizen of Britain. But she's fine. She's a good one. She's a good one. She's a good one, you know. So when... Also, I'm someone who's worked intimately on supporting my people who are seeking asylum. I went to Paris. I supported people in the camps there. It's a really tough environment. There's a lot of violence there because the UN hasn't established and the authorities haven't established a formal way of allowing people to seek asylum. Who were the people who were in the camps there and why were they seeking asylum? There were people from Eritrea. What's happened in Eritrea? There's continual war with Ethiopia. There were people from the Democratic Republic of the Congo. What the fuck's going on there? Conflict. There were people from Afghanistan. This was a while back. Need I explain more to you? There are people leaving conflict. And there were people leaving fucking... Migration now, by the way, is driven just as much by climate change as by conflict. Now, let's be very nuanced about this. I'm very definitive. I support migration. I support people seeking asylum. I think that it's just better that we advocate for a world where war doesn't cause the mass displacement of people. Most people who are seeking asylum are doing it at the threat of death and poverty and dispossession. Kurdish people, many Kurdish people seek asylum in the UK, right? There's quite a strong Kurdish, Syrian and Iranian contingent in London. I wonder why. Could it be the fucking huge wars that have been taking place in Iraq and in Syria? People don't want to leave their home unless they really have to. And then when they do, they come to somewhere where there are people from their communities and they tell them about it. So I guess I'm just awoke for being like, maybe we shouldn't poison the earth, and maybe we shouldn't mass bomb countries, and then maybe people can stay there. And I don't mean that as I don't want them. I mean it as in like, if you make worlds intolerable for people, if it's Afghanistan and you literally are more brutal and bloody than the fucking fascists that are the Taliban, because you do so many war crimes against the population there that people hate you and hate the Afghani fake government and military that collapsed in like a day, maybe it's actually our fucking problem. And maybe this is a problem of geopolitics. And maybe the response is not getting involved in wars. But I guess I'm just a woke moralist idiot. You know? Because now what's going to happen? Black and brown people, not content with trying to fucking burn them alive in Glasgow and in Belfast, fascists A are going to be exceptionally emboldened by this. To be clear, Norway and the UK, not a part of the EU, they will adopt all of this as well. They will adopt all of this. This is a Europe-wide policy, okay? Mass deportations will begin. People will start to be dragged from homes. People will start to be picked off the street. Mass surveillance will begin. AI will be used in some fucking horrific way to facially scam people or something. And it will happen. And again, to come back to this, it began in fucking Germany with Jewish households being smashed in and people being dragged out, right? And then put into ghettos or labor camps. And again, the distinction is, no, I don't think they're going to mass Holocaust them or genocide them. But can you understand my concerns with taking people en masse on the basis of their immigration status, right, to some autonomous, anonymous detention center outside of the frame of reference for Europeans? So they're just fucking happy that the Browns are gone. And they get their country back, brother. I'm not fucking happy with that. That's fucking Nazi shit. That is fucking Nazi shit. This is the way we're going in Europe. This is the way we're going in Europe. What the fuck is this world coming to? The floodgates of atrocities have been swung open. It's a real hard time, folks. It's a real hard time. Okay? Tomorrow, I might do a stream on, hear me out, some World War I history after we've worked out as well. So we got all the subs. We're doing a workout stream for you thirsty bitches tomorrow. If you're not up, the VOD will be up. If you need your lesbian in a sports bra lifting strong weights, you'll get it tomorrow. Don't worry, guys. And the VOD will be up. But tomorrow, I might look into the World War I in two aspects. One, like empire, and how some of the things that we're seeing around the world is like, why did World War I happen? Competing empire. Why is a mass conflict or militarization happening right now in this way? The possibility of conflict, right? World War I split apart many left-wing movements. And I don't know, maybe I won't do it tomorrow. Maybe I need a bit more time to research, actually, but because some of those groups obviously weren't left-wing, but it caused like a genuine problem in the struggles for socialism, and we might find ourselves in the same place, actually. But yeah, okay, let's take a look at this. Let's read this. So, EU countries push to set up deportation hubs by the end of the year. The era of deportations has begun. Lawmaker Charlie Weimers. Are you joking? Is this some fucking German or Dutch bitch? In my country, the police is using Palantir, and it's called Gotham. Oh god, he's fucking Swedish. Probably a Nazi. Look, yeah, Nazi. Sorry, bald men's. Sorry, bald men's. I know some of you. I'm just calling it. That's fucking Nazi. Angry. Yeah, spooky. Like literally. You know your history. Okay, Brussels, EU. From Brussels, EU countries are moving ahead with plans to set up deportation centres outside the bloc, after the European Parliament has backed tougher migration rules. Germany and the Netherlands want to have plans in place by the end of 2026. Bodies and Nazis, the real theory are. Yeah, you heard it first. You heard it here first. Motherfuckers. Don't come here if you don't want some hard truths. I know some stuff. When I was bald from chemo a couple of years ago, I just called myself an angry egg. Because I was hoping I'd get like the hot Sinead O'Connor look. Nah. Just look like a fucking Nazi. I was like, oh crap. Anyway. Right. Germany and the Netherlands wants to have plans in place by the end of 2026 for so-called return hubs, facilities in third countries where rejected asylum seekers would be sent before deportation. Lovely. Austria, Denmark and Greece are also involved in these talks. We are now consistently pursuing this path and aim to have reached agreements with third countries by the end of this. So it's the Rwanda scheme for the Brits that we had en masse everywhere. We're now consistently pursuing this path and aim to have reached agreements with third countries by the end of the year in order to take the next step, establishing return hubs. Mass detention centres. Thank you for the follow. To be clear, mass detention centres. Germany's Interior Minister Alexander Dobrindt said whilst meeting Dutch Migration Minister. The Dutch government at the moment... Yo, Sherman, are you still here? They're fashy as fuck, right? They're super fashy. Super fucking fashy. Might not be here. Might be gone. Thank you for the follow, by the way. Okay. This is a complicated, difficult task, but a feasible one because we now have the necessary legal framework in place. Kairos, are you still here? Are you still here? This is a prime example of what you were saying. Like, fascists love to build itself off liberalism. My laws, my institutions. And they're like, yo, bro, we're just going to make your liberal democracy a fascism. Fuck you. Look at this. All the necessary paperwork for the mass deportations has been signed. Thank you very much. I am a liberal. I did it with a democracy, though. I signed the paper. Haha, fuck you. It's almost like there's a history of fascists co-opting these mechanisms in order to allow the fascisms, right? but my liberal democracy and my institutions. Hej. Willkommen, amigos. Demokraterna. Yeah, they're super fash, aren't they? They're really, really fucking fash. Volunteered for Republican during studies in the US. I think the Social Democrat, like, genuinely, they're not even like pretend liberals. My understanding is they are very right wing. They're super fascistic. Pushing back on borders. This is illegal. Several courts have decided this, but he keeps pushing. Yeah, but like, nothing will stop this. The EU wants this. This is coming from a battle-tested anti-fascist who face off with cops. There isn't a single illegal thing about the rise of the Nazi Party in Germany, and they used every bourgeois state democratic mechanism for it. Yeah. And I guess, and here's what we were trying to get at earlier with the I know some stuff, making the I think we had quite a good discussion about it, and I do thank everyone here. I feel like everyone who's here, we foster quite a good discursive space together as leftists, where people push back on one another, people have discussions, but people are very respectful of one another. I think because there is an understanding that we are socialists, we're anti-imperial, and we're trying to learn how to combat this stuff. So people come in from a good faith position most of the time. And I appreciate all of you guys for doing that. Genuinely. Because I see it like, yeah. I go to like other streams sometimes, particularly like the Debate Bro streamers, and it's just scum, villainy, a hive of scum and villainy, Star Wars shit. Like, so I do appreciate us being able to have these discussions as leftists together. The point that I think people like me and Kairos are trying to make, who you should go give some love to as well if you're not following already, but the point we are trying to make is that at what point does it become fascist? Because this is how I feel about America and Britain. And I don't know, we could be like academic about it, but clearly there is like a continuum line from liberalism to fascism. This we agree on, because we are socialists and we look at material history and we know that this has happened before and it's going to happen again, right? When are you comfortable calling a fascist spade a fascist spade? Do these people need to start wearing armbands for you to think that when they're mass deporting communities of color to some offshore fucking hellhole where people are going to die? People are going to die, to be clear. Whether it's on purpose or not, right? But people are going to fucking die. People are going to get Legionnaire's disease. People are going to mysteriously disappear. People are going to be sexually assaulted if they're women or queer people in these centers. That is 1,000% happening, right? But like, what is it? Yeah, how many particles? How many? Is it that they take over the courts and that's the end? That's when it becomes. They dissolve the courts, and the illusion of liberal democracy is totally gone. Like, is that it? Whilst I would agree from an academic distinction, okay, fine, that's when it switches, if we need to make that finer point. But do you understand why people are pointing at the thing that is so fucking close to the fascism and calling it a fascism and telling you to care about this because these are this is the mass detention of communities of color from Europe into some offshore fucking detention murder center, right? That we're trying to get you to focus on what's happening now, and that academic point, whilst I guess we can say it has a place, is less important than the urgency of the violence of these neoliberal quasi-fascistic states. And I feel that we're right with our assessments here. Okay, they still have my laws, so we can't say that they're 100% ironclad fascistic, but they are demonstrating a significant amount of fascistic, traits, right? That are springing from liberal, democratic, capitalist values, which, by the way, is just nationalism that champions the bourgeoisie. You know? Oh, Cassandra, you're just being hyperbolic. That'll never happen here again. Exactly, Stephen. God, I don't know who Cassandra. Is it only called fascism when they do it to white people? Exactly. Or it like looks a particular way. You know? It's like some people still have a problem with calling the Israeli state fascistic. I don't. It is a fascistic state. Remember, I wasn't always here. I got here. We talk about growth. We talk about deprogramming. I had to consciously deprogram my brain a bit from being... I knew about Palestine. I'd sort of forgotten. I'll be very honest with you. You have to remember, this is when I first got ill. October 7th happened. I had to spend some time learning about this shit again, right? To get to where I am now. And I encourage all of you to do that as well. You know? It's fascistic. It's super fucking fascistic. Is it because it's liberal, it calls itself a liberal democracy and there's white people in it? You think it's actually not? When the colonial boomerang hits people, it's in the core. Yeah. I agree. I have the same feeling. For liberals, fascism is some kind of abstract thing that happened in the 1930s. Exactly. But in the meantime, they're a funnel for right-wing ideological... Yeah. And like I was fucking crashed the fuck out last week. The political center is now, should we stop Sikhs from having religious rights? Just how many deportations should we do whilst Nazis are burning down homes in the UK? And I'm like, fuck me, like, this is so bad. Book by an anti-apartheid activist, Alex Laguma. He passed away before apartheid died. He's a writer on one book and a travel novelist. Oh, cool! That'd be so fucking interesting. Thank you for the follow. Was he black South African, out of interest? That would be such a snapshot into that history. Same shit we've been hearing about genocide from Zionists. Yep, exactly. The Filton Four. Yeah, so the Filton Four are pro-Palestinian activists in the UK who have been charged with on the lines of terrorism. Excuse me. Slavs are white, but were not considered by such as German, which is strange, but it's not colorism. Irish people weren't considered white, and when I look at the sun, I burn. So, you know, like, I'm very, very... the colour of my skin is very white, but Irish people for a significant amount of time weren't considered white because whiteness has nothing to do with that, really. Because race isn't a thing. Like, race is not a biological thing. And people are dumb and they're like, the colour of your skin means something. And I'm going to justify an entire fucking imperial structure on that basis. And there's an in-group and an out-group, to put it super fucking simply. And that in-group is white people, white European people. And then that has expanded. And I spoke about this last week. But we need to ensure that Ireland, because we are white, we need to understand that we don't allow Ireland to become a white supremacist country. I couldn't give a list of a fuck what label they use for it. The material reality is the same. Fair. fair. I'm crashing out with my normal liberal friends every day. But on the other hand, I refuse to let them go with this shit. I think you got to try. He was a coloured South African. Folks, coloured, I always have to say this, Project, sorry. Coloured, not a negative term. Coloured in a South African context. For those who don't know, I lived and worked in South Africa for a while. I love South Africa. I've got like a problematic relationship with South Africa. She's like my ex that I can't think about. I can't stop thinking about, sorry. But like the term coloured is a particular ethnic group within South Africa. So you have to understand that it is a important self-identified term and people will use it here and not everything is about America. To put it really bluntly, right? He was a communist and died in Cuba. Wow, that's so interesting. It's called a struggle for a reason. Good point. I think the main reason German nationalists tend to see such big distinctions with Slavic people is Oystenlung. Oh. Okay, maybe this is what they use to justify their fucking rabbit bullshit. Ethnicism. Yeah, maybe. Yeah. My point being that scientific approach of fucking measuring some bitch's skull, right? Fucking sitting me in a chair measuring my fucking Irish skull, and then setting a Congolese comrade in and measuring their fucking skull, and then chopping off their hands. Look into the history, right? Is bollocks, and those ideas just adapt to meet the need of capital, right? They work in tandem with one another. Sorry, folks, I really need to pee. This is a fascinating, and thank you again for being so engaged. I very much need to pee. Just check on the dog super motherfucking quickly. Make sure he's okay. We have a lovely boy here. I'll bring up a picture of the dog so you can see him just before I go, and then this can be your, like, yeah. Every so often we'll look at the dog whilst we're reading the terrible things that the state does. This was my boy this morning when I was telling him we were going for a walk. I love you so much, my baby. My bisexual baby. Go piss, girl. Thank you. I think I'm gonna have to calm down a little. I think when I get like really riled up and I shout, I think it's upsetting Othello a little bit. I just went outside and tried to cuddle him, and he was a bit like, "Oh, you're kind of scaring me a little bit," and I was like, "Oh my god, I'm so sorry." And I think he's like he's a very sensitive boy. Could you please talk to me for a bit when you can? I mean, I don't have that money. I'm sorry. I'm really, really poor myself because of health stuff. But if anybody, I can definitely talk to you, and I can share. Guys, Ahmed is in urgent need of some cash. I'm just being very transparent. I don't even earn minimum wage here. Thank you very much for the stream. It's great to hear more left-wing voices focusing on Europe. Thanks. We are there. We're there. You know, I'm learning with you folks as well. My doggo is like that, but now she's old and almost deaf. Oh, poorly. Yeah, so I think I need to bring my energy down a little bit in terms of the tension. He was a very sensitive baby, and he was outside. He's made himself a little den. He was outside in it, and I was like, "Are you okay, mate?" And he's sort of looking at me like, "You're being a loud bitch. I don't like you." Yeah, I used to be able to donate a lot more when I was working. I used to be able to help people out, but I can't now. I'm sorry. I haven't got any state benefits at all. I'm waiting to hear back. So literally all I have is my savings, which are gone because I spent it on plasma therapy to stay alive. And what I earn from Twitch, like genuinely, that's it at the moment. There's nothing else. Okay. But if you got some spare cash, give it to Ahmed, not me. You know? Ultimately, I'm in a much better position than somebody in Gaza, right? So make sure the money goes there. Okay. This is a complicated and difficult task, but we now have the necessary legal framework. Saying that the framework approved by Parliament had put the initiative on solid legal ground. EU lawmakers on Thursday agreed to start negotiations on new migration measures aimed at speeding up returns and penalising rejected asylum seekers who refuse to leave. There is a new consensus in Europe, said Charlie Weimers, the Swedish negotiation of the right-wing European Conservatives and Reformist group. The era of deportations has begun. How ominous. Human rights groups warn that plans could expose people to abuse. Return hubs are essentially legal black holes. The International Rescue Committee, a humanitarian NGO, said ahead of the vote. The concept builds on efforts already underway in some EU countries. Denmark passed a law in 2021 allowing it to transfer asylum seekers to third countries for processing. Whilst Italy struck up a deal to set up processing and deportations in Albania. Albania wants to join the EU, though. So what happens then? The legal challenges have slowed those plans. A breakdown of Thursday's vote shows the text secured backing from a majority of MEPs in most EU countries, reinforcing expectations that negotiations with the Council, launched hours after the vote, could move quickly. Citizens of the EU expect us to deliver on our pledge for a functional return system, Cyprus's Deputy Migration Minister Nicholas Ioannidis said after the first negotiating meeting, adding he aims for a deal by the end of June. So soon. The system must ensure that those without a legal right to stay in the EU are effectively returned and that decisions are enforced across the bloc. Lawmakers split largely along political lines. Left-wing groups oppose the rules, whilst most liberal lawmakers in the Liberal Renew group either voted against or abstained. The joke right itself, you know. The centre-right European People's Party, the ECR and the far-right Patriots in Europe of Sovereign Nations group back the text. Jesus. Europe of Sovereign Nations. Right. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, cool. Wait. A critical annotated edition. Anti-apartheid struggle. For many members of the ANC and the South African Communist Party, Soviet Union represented a political system that achieved justice through socialism. This would be so interesting to learn this period of time. Particularly so sad what's happened to the ANC. But yeah. The EPP struck a deal with right-wing groups earlier this month after talks with centrist allies collapsed, securing the parliament's position. Their text strengthens detention and deportation provisions, including limiting the ability of appeals to halt removals. So they're not doing legal stuff, right? So here, when we were speaking about that earlier, are liberals going to be like, oh no, they have the right to appeal. They don't have the right to appeal. Now it's a fascism. This is what I'm saying. Like, at what point will the deportations have to happen en masse for someone to call a fascist spade a fascist spade? Like, history will remember that the so-called moderate right-wing group sounded the death knell at what remained of the... What the fuck is a cordon sanitaire? Referring to the informal arrangement to sideline the far right, said the Greens negotiator Melissa Camara. From my understanding, Greens across Europe are quite diverse. Some of them are socialist, some of them are like eco-fash. So Ireland had 37.5% of lawmakers supported. So I'm telling you, Ireland's shite. Ireland is fucking shite. I bet you that's Fianna Fáil. I bet you the party that came from actual blue shirt fascists in Ireland. I'm not exaggerating, guys, as well. Holy shit, sorry. We're at the state where you can't call something a genocide until afterwards. Yeah, apparently. On that note, would you like to see something that will enrage you? Do you know what? I need to start with something first. We need to start with everyone standing for the national anthem of the hot sauce community. Everyone stand. If you're a sub, you can raise the flag as well. Everyone stand. Thank you. Get your flags out. Happy Pride, motherfuckers. Fucking anti-trans apartheid in this country. Trans people are my friends.
Trans folks come catch these hands. Trans people are my friends. So respect them
or we're going in. Trans people are my friends.
Trans folks come catch these hands. Trans people are my friends.
Hi, Nom. The friends here, guys. Shut your fucking mouth. I'll knock you out. I'll knock you out. Transphobes, shut your fucking mouth. You better not out. Trans people are my friends. Transphobes, come catch these ends. Trans people. Some people lift to be strong. Other people like me lift to make sure transphobes catch these ends, you know. Shout out indeed. Shout out to all the queers. Lesbians.
96969 wants you to know they love lesbians.
Right. Thank you for standing for the national anthem. Okay.
Activate the mosques.
Shit.
I can't give it
Yeah, hell yeah. Nom. Thank you for being a good... Me and Nom argue all the time, by the way, on here. But Nom, you were very nice to me and my family this year. Thank you. I appreciate you as a friend. I stood... Thank you. Trans people are my friends. Hi, Paul. Morning. Transphobe. Thank you for activating the mosques as well. And the lesbians. Okay. So, yeah. Shit is bad in the UK as well. Would you like to see something that's about ruining pride, though? I swear, these motherfuckers... The fucking pink washing of the genocide. And actively ask for no thanks. I'm a cunt. I just tried to be a decent cunt and actively ask for no thanks? I feel like I'm missing something there. So these motherfucking pussy bitch ass fucking cowards can't say that they want to murder queer people and that we should be happy that you know, Israel isn't murdering queer people because they could, you know. We could kill you fucking degenerate. What the fuck is this? What the fuck is this? Sorry, we could kill you motherfuckers. Yeah, I know. I still appreciate you. If I come up to Birmingham, I'll give you a text. Birmingham. If I come up to Scotland, I'll give you a text and I'd like to give you a gift. Bombing Iran's evil regime is a point of pride for Israel. They're cowards. It used to be bombing Iran is the perfect way to celebrate pride. I have a conversation with a friend who's a feminist and an ecologist. And she said immigrants are coming in and bringing their diseases. So, a fascist who wants a white feminist. That's white feminism. Yeah. I mean, I feel like it varies a lot across Europe, right? That's what I was saying. There's like eco-fash to less eco-fash. You know? Yeah. So, yeah, like, I could kill gay people, but I don't. Except sometimes we do kill gay people. Matt Bernstein. Yo, who's he talking to? Who's he talking to? Gay. How do I get it? How do I get that video? Someone will know what I'm looking for. When the guy comes up to him and he's like, you should be grateful. You should be grateful you live in New York. You should be grateful you live in New York and you're not Palestinian. And hold on, how I do this? Oh my god, why am I attracted to Matt Bernstein? Help. Lesbian help. He's so beautiful. I'm really confused. No, it's not this. Oh my god. Normal gays. Oh, sweetie. Go, sweetie. Oh, they gonna kill you as well, but no, don't worry. You said you're normal. I mean, this face is not normal. Bitch, you had work done. Bitch, you've had shit frankly, work done. Don't you be coming after my femmes and my twinks, okay? How dare you? They, them is spreading woke. I mean, never forget. Yeah. Pick me. Never forget. Gays, never forget. No, not that. Ernst Rom. Never forget. Gay. Gay man. Actual gay man. I'm not like other girls. Was deported and killed as well.
Women are banned from competing in the Olympics.
Does that sound true to you?
What did he say?
Trans women are banned from the Olympics.
That's not true.
They can compete with the other males.
Correct.
So that's not a ban.
I mean, I don't know why we're expecting...
I just hate he spread so much straight up misinformation.
Trans women are banned.
I mean, I feel like I saw a couple of brain cells desperately trying to grift there. It's not working that well, guys. Okay, you paid for some likes. Like, do you not understand who you're grifting to hate you? Do you not understand who you are grifting to hates you? New York. New York. I want to find this particular video if I can. And if we have to look here, this is it. We have to look at beautiful Matt all the time. Do you know what I mean? I don't think any of us are complaining. I'm gay and confused. Matt's hot. I'm confused. You're not a woman. I don't get what the gay kid doesn't understand. If he went to Gaza, they'd murder him for being gay. It doesn't seem that complicated.
King of Barstool says,
I don't get what the gay kid doesn't understand. If he went to Gaza, they'd murder him for being gay. Doesn't seem that complicated.
Gay kid. I'm 27. You're not entirely wrong. Thousands
Hi,
of
Style!
Palestinians have been killed in the last 3 years.
Hope your morning's going
Blown up
okay.
By Israeli drone strikes. They have been shot by Israeli snipers while waiting in line to get food. If we use the common statistics that about 10% of people are queer and Israel has killed over 70,000 Palestinians, then the math would show that I'm a lot more likely to die in Palestine for being Palestinian than I would for being queer. And are there homophobes in Palestine? I'm sure of it. And you know where else there are homophobes? In the American government that you, Dave Portnoy, helped to elect.
And I want Trump to win. I'm voting.
They drop gay avoiding bombs. They drop woke bombs, you know. If he went to Gaza, they'd murder him for being in Gaza. Because he's Palestinian. Yeah. Yeah, so this is going to make you angry. Okay. How many sentences can we get into this article about how there's no better way to celebrate Pride than bombing Iran? How many sentences do you think we can get through before he's homophobic? And before he's queerphobic? How many? 5? 10? He's not homophobic? None? How many? Three. 8. Any other guesses? Are queer Iranians immune to bombs? Does Israel have het-seeking bombs? Gimme. No, they just try and pink wash because queer imperialism was a thing and it's increasingly becoming less of a thing because it's just fascism now, right? 1. Let's see. Israel sure knows how to mark Pride Month. Tel Aviv's annual celebration of gayness. Immediately has once again turned into an opportunity to bomb one of the world's most viciously anti-gay regimes, the Islamic Republic of Iran, which has a dreadful abuse of not only homosexuals, but of women, non-Muslims, and of course Jews. Gay pride has become a tiresome and hollow celebration of ultra-sexualized behavior in public places. The once understandable movement focused on achieving fair and equal treatment of homosexuals has transformed into a counterproductive circus of debauchery. Bruh. They can't hold their fucking shit together. Bro, it was a riot, bitch. A fucking dyke and a fucking drag queen got together and kicked the shit out of the cops in America. For once understandable movement. And a man in chaps is like blowing your brain. You know what I mean? He couldn't do it, guys. Like, they were like, yo, there's loads of money to make in this, like, pink washing, guys. Like, there's so much money to make. All you need to do is, like, not be homophobic for, like, 3 seconds, bro, okay? 3 seconds. Don't do a homophobia. Don't do a transphobia. Be a normal gay. We'll pay you bags and stacks, okay? We'll pay you fucking stacks. And he's like, 3 seconds in, game. Gayness. Gay pride is fucking debauchery. Oh my god, worse. It's now a month-long festival as opposed to a single-day parade or protest. In some cities, it feels almost inescapable. Good. And is now almost completely devoid of any meaningful ideological principle. I agree. And that's why every queer person should become a socialist. Hold on, where's that picture that goes hard as fucking shit? Let me get a picture for you. I want to say it's... Let me get you something. Yeah. Oh no, it is this, but there's a picture of them surrounded by an armed, like, guard. And it's so fucking cool. Okay, I can't find the other picture, but in the Communist Party of the Philippines, if you don't know the history, look into it. America fucking killed everyone. These motherfucking lesbians being a lesbians with a lesbian wedding ceremony which was administered by the Communist Party of the Philippines, who was still fighting a war of liberation, I think, in the South. I don't know much about it, right? Yeah, so this shit goes hard. This shit goes hard. Maybe our ideological principle should be that we're workers first and foremost, that white, like, predominantly gay male, like, rich fucking queer activism sold out the second that they got some rights and that the AIDS crisis was stopped in the West. It's not stopped for people in the global South. And that the point of, well, the thing about being motherfucking queer is that we are supposed to link our ideological struggles to other ideological struggles. The state is frequently turned against us, right? And some people thought, like, the capitalism's pink pride thing was gonna work. It hasn't. You're wrong. Okay? And now you have a choice. Do you become the Ernst Rost gay Nazi, or do you become properly deprogrammed and awoke? And we need to be getting the gays and the trans and all the queers to the good book of socialisms. Oh my god. It's also not the region's only celebration of all things queer. And fuck off. Like, it's really not that hard. Israel is a settler colonial state. Its existence is based on the subjugation and genocide of other people. That's not queer liberation. This is one of the worst things I've ever seen. Along with, I want you to know, this is a threat to the safety of queer people. Queer flag in Gaza. I can't say how I feel about the guy who did this. Cunt. Okay, I can, apparently. Apparently I can say it. In the name of love, you are a genocider! Sorry. This is why Othello gets really upset. Poor Othello. I'm just screaming about this stuff. Absolutely, like, fuck off. Fuck the fuck off, you fucking cunt. I hate you. I hate everything about you. You are my enemy. You genuinely are the enemy of everything I believe in. You are a mass murderer. Right? And you think because you're in a state, yeah, it's like something dystopic from the Onion. Like, someone's got to do it. I'm not I abide by terms of service. Abide by terms of service, okay? Reigniting pinkwashing debate. Yeah. Gay people, there's some propaganda out there. The worst thing I've ever seen. This is just awful. Israel isn't very good on queer rights. Oh, the yelling. I know, but my poor dog. My poor dog. Dexy. He's like, fucking, please shut up. You're watching football and everything. Like, they terrorize and extort gay people in Gaza. Exactly. And make them agents of the Israeli state because they'll kill them in prison otherwise, or sexually assault them. Wow, they're so progressive. That's so good. In case you were wondering. Why these queer pro-Palestinians are calling for a boycott of San Francisco Pride. That was in 2024. Hell yeah. Hell fucking yeah. Me and Ray K had our stream on. If someone could do a shouty for Ray K for me, please, that is a beautiful outfit. I'd really appreciate it. Queer Palestinians, we talk about this before, have, and as Marxists, right, we focus on primary contradictions. What is the primary contradiction taking place in Palestine? It's quite simple, this one. You all should know this now, you know? It's a settler colonial state, right? Occupied Palestine is occupied by fascists who want to kill all of them, right? That's the primary thing that kills queer people and the primary thing that limits queer liberation. There is simultaneously problems inside Palestinian society, and people seek to change that as well. But funnily enough, that's really hard when their families are being killed en masse. So I just encourage us all to listen to the queer Palestinians who are like, hello, it is the occupiers who are killing us, who are stopping us from being able to liberate ourselves. First and foremost. Like, I think these people know the situation that they live in, right? And also, let's be 100% clear, like Matt was saying there. I live in an apartheid state for trans people. You think I'm being hyperbolic. I am not. We now have a process in play where there is a set of policies that could become law in the UK that by definition ostracize trans people in loads of different facets of life in this country. Where the fuck do I get off telling anybody, anywhere, about their struggles? When they're trying to fucking murder trans people here. They're trying to make life intolerable for trans people here. They're setting up a fucking apartheid system to make sure trans people can't be a part of society here. What the fuck would I get off on my high horse telling anyone how to do shit? Our struggles are connected. Our struggles are universal, right? How the fuck could I ever say this? By the way, is why I now hate the organization who I used to work with. They're going down this bullshit like Russia's like really bad on LGBT people, and that's like really bad. I'm like, we creating a situation where queer people are dying in this country, and you're like, Russia's bad. Why? Because they think the British government's going to give them money. That's it. They're captured. They're captured. They weren't when I worked there before 4 years ago. It's fucking sick, and it was. I'm so grateful to have done that job. But fuck them. Do not support Kaleidoscope Trust, the organization. Now, we here, the motherfucking Hot Sauce Show, we will raise money directly, where like 99.9% of the funds that you give will go to queer people overseas seeking their own liberation. Because we're proper anti-colonial here, right? That 0.1% is whatever the bank takes, right, when it sends over. Fuck that bullshit. Fuck these Western people that think that they fucking know more than queers in other places. And they're like, Russia bad. Please have money, Labour. Labour A is like, go fuck yourself. You're getting no money. So good luck. You sold out everything, you liberal queers, right? And you got nothing. Well done. Well done, right? But we're the extremists, you know? Fuck them all. We will be doing from next weekend onwards, we're going to be doing a fundraiser for our queer friends in Kenya again, which we do almost every year now. Okay. Right. I'm so glad. Okay, hold on. Let's see the discussion between Hassan Piker and Jeremy Corbyn. Labour are casual sellouts. Just look at Labour are fucking terrible. Labour are neoliberal, authoritarian, like wannabe fascists under Keir Starmer. They are so bad. I don't even know where to begin. You know. So I hear people liken Jeremy Corbyn to Bernie Sanders. That it's not true, because for a start, Jeremy Corbyn is a socialist. There are things that I disagree with Jeremy Corbyn on, but the simple fact of the matter is he was the closest, I think, that any kind of electoral force got to challenging a lot of paradigms, including the imperial paradigm in the UK. Hassan, I feel, is like quite dumb on British stuff. So I don't know. I'm a little bit, welcome in, thank you for the follow, a little bit skeptical of the this discussion. TBH. I think that Corbyn is more radical than Hassan, right? And Corbyn is not even radical enough for me, but like, I don't care. Like, the UK's fucked. Basically, the UK's completely fucked. And I guess we just build solidarity against resisting fascism. But Pikachu! Yo, guys, I fucking played Pokemanes this morning. Which Pokemanes is you? And I got fucking Charmander. No, I didn't. I got not Charizard, Charmander, What's the middle one? Charmander. What's help? Not Charmander. Who the bitch become after? Charmeleon. That bitch. That's me. Okay. Sorry, thanks, Star. Yeah. Charmeleon. Okay. This could... Hi, Bray! Hello. Sorry, I didn't say hi to you coming in. Hope you're well, my love. Let's see what this is like. Politics Joe are pretty libbish, but we'll see. You're a socialist, right? That's a political philosophy, right? I am Pupasama, and I love you. Pupasama loves you, everyone. I'm going to set that up for you right now. Can you please write the exact message that you want? Pupasama, when that happens. I'll set it up for you now. Let's watch this.
UK ETA has been cancelled. This is because your presence in the UK is not considered to be conducive to the public good. If you're anti-capitalist,
give me the message.
Want higher labor union participation in the economy, if you're an anti-imperialist, if you call out Israel, it's expected that a lot of these powerful forces are going to coalesce and they're going to come after you.
Another misjudgment. No, I'm sorry, you're putting an awful lot of words into my mouth about misjudgment. My point is that any form of racism...
Right, sorry, my headphones are like completely fucked. I'm going to have to turn off my headphones and I'll just mute myself because I'm going to listen for a little bit anyway. Okay.
With any of the experience that Hassan's had recently.
Oh, absolutely, I do.
Sorry, I just changed my tie.
Do you want me to go and put one on?
No, this is my new thing.
Tony Benn once said, if you're going to say something extreme, put a suit on.
Hassan Piker, Jeremy Corbyn, I am delighted that Politics Joe is able to keep the relationship between you two lit. You've met, what, 3-4 months ago in Cuba?
Yep.
Yes.
And unfortunately, Hassan, you're not here warming this sofa for us right now.
Well, when you do come, you're most welcome. And
like, I'm sorry. So he's like not great on stuff on like China and things, right? He's a little bit sort of live-brained about that. But with so much stuff, he's like literally friends with like the Venezuelan government. And has been for a very fucking long time. An Allende boy, Lumumba, like loads of, like the fact that, like, can you imagine Platner? Can you imagine Platner doing anything like this? Like, what the fuck? Like, let's be real about who this man is, you know? And look, it didn't work. It didn't work because he got accused of anti-Semitism. By saying that Israel's a genocidal state. Yeah. I don't know if he's lived or just understands what the public... he does not understand what the public has. No, he's lived. He has lived on China. He is. Let's be real. Like, I actually think Hassan is better on China. I kind of have the Hassan approach where it's like... China is fucking massive, and the governance of a state like China has different dimensions through the Communist Party, right? Of which there are many factions internally in the Communist Party who are competing for, I guess, like, ideological control of the state. That's for them. That's their democratic version of it, right? And there are parts of the state that we don't need, you know, when I look at China. But in general, China is like a mixed ownership, mixed market economy. By the way, I was in a chat the other day, I won't say who, and people were like, you're so like Western brain for calling China a mixed market. And I was like, please read the website of the Chinese Communist Party. Communist Party of China, I should say. And where it says the emphasis is on a mixed ownership market economy. I actually think that they're doing the thing that they shout at people about, which is listening to their favorite streamer telling them stuff instead of like just go and read about China from the like Communist Party website. Like literally just go read what they say about their agenda. It's an agenda I broadly support, apart from some of the more like, I guess, let's call it security focused side, right? Of the state. I don't want that in the UK either. I'm much more like we bring people to socialist values through democratic institutions. And I think, but the thing is, right, China does have a part of it where there was like a literal like there was terrorism, right? And there was like Al-Qaeda like working with members of jihadi groups in Xinjiang, right? Like that, like genuinely, there was like that does beget a different response, and I think we don't have that problem, so we don't have to do that. But I think Hassan is actually weirdly, even though I criticize the man all the time, is weirdly kind of there where I'm at, right? Look, it's its own state. It can do what it wants. Sometimes there's like shit that I don't like, and I have a different vision, you know, but that, like, China isn't evil and doing evil things because it's evil. There's genuinely a security concern, and there was genuinely terrorist attacks that like bombed buses and killed loads of people in schools and stuff, right? If your country doesn't have that, then you don't have to worry about that, I guess, and be grateful that you don't have to worry about that. But you should, I guess we should understand why the Chinese state does that. And I don't think Corbyn approaches so many states through a materialist understanding, but not China. I think that he is libbed up on China. I think he's wrong. You have to understand Bernie is light center left. I mean, Bernie's a capitalist. Bernie's like God. I mean, yeah, I guess AOC will fill the role in, you know. I wouldn't accept the British state doing that, even if they had actual threats. Yeah, Bernie is a liberal Zionist. I guess we should be grateful that it's just a hypothetical for us. My only concern with China is allegations of its companies doing business with a certain genocidal state. Oh, it's many genocidal states. I know some stuff like they work with the Israeli government. Yeah, he's a SOC Dem. Yes, I agree. He's not democratic socialist. He does not seek to dismantle capitalism. He seeks to like do a law to make it better. And he's a liberal Zionist, which is a fascist. Again, these conversations that we have here, hey, but like anything that supports the apartheid state in Israel is a fascist. You support the divisions on ethnic lines of societies. So you are a fascist. Right? Bernie is a Canadian, US with healthcare, a few more social programs. Exactly. But the nuance that Starr's getting at is, I think I feel frustrated when I see Americans call Corbyn. Look at him. Look at the pause. Look at our fucking jam boy. I'm so mad at him as well for fucking everything up. I'm very mad at this man. And there are many places that I disagree with him on. I genuinely think he's just quite naive. I think that he's very naive. So to be clear, I know some stuff they engage, like there are Chinese development companies inside like the Western Bank, and there are companies who help support the genocidal states in Burma, Myanmar, which is, as something I tell you guys, because libs support the resistance movement, communists won't cover it, but I will, because I know a lot about it. Yes, it's really unfortunate that libs are supporting the resistance movement, kind of waxing lyrical about it. They don't really materially support them much. There's a little bit of money. There wasn't really arms or any kind of infrastructure that's been given to the resistance movement in Burma. Imagine if they got solidarity from socialists. Wow, imagine that. By the way, the current government is a military junta who are objective fascists who have conducted several genocides and rose to power by murdering the Communist Party in Burma. And China works very closely with that junta, and I am very critical of it. We're going to finish with that, Mithra. Press X, folks, to doubt if this peace deal's getting anywhere. I'm just a press X, you know. No love for the Tatmadaw for so many reasons, yeah. If your worldview is whatever the libs hate, then you're just controlled by liberalism on the other side. I mean, I can only hope I can encourage people to like try and apply like materialism. You know, I've got to go XX. Yeah, my type of Jewish people would be Julius Martov or Rosa Luxemburg. Rosa Luxemburg. Her murder, I think, is one of the greatest like tragedies in socialist history, because I think that she was a good faith socialist critique of the USSR, and that maybe we could have had a world where the USSR didn't try and like balance the anti-imperial world on its shoulders, which it was forced to, right? Because it became like a massive political power. But instead, the libs were like, no, we're going to vote really hard. Oh, Nazis. Ring, Nazis, the communists, the Spartacus, sorry, over there with the they're over there, go kill them, and then they all got killed. If I speak out, I expect to be silenced eventually. I think you need to speak out. I don't know. I'm very, very open about what I believe in. I don't know what to tell you. I think that you should be clear with your intentions. But anyway, sorry, we'll go back to our jombly blombly jam, man. I'm going to grab a snack. I'll be back in a sec.
So
yeah.
it's got to be tea on the terrace of the House of Commons overlooking the river, hasn't it? We might bump into Shabana Mahmood when we're there.
Yeah, I was about to say, I don't think they want me inside of the House of Commons, not even inside of the country, but we'll see. And of course, you mentioned Cuba, which is my other government intervention here in the United States, where I haven't received a subpoena yet, but there was reporting from Fox News that claims that the government has subpoenaed me over OFAC violations in my trip to Cuba, where we were delivering humanitarian aid and also doing journalism. I had a journalism visa as well. But yeah, the federal government here in the United States is also coming after me.
Just on that then, because I mean, at this stage, you're talking a good month. I mean, you've always been getting stick from the right, whether it's in the States or in Europe. But like, at this moment in time, I mean, Fox were talking about a subpoena. You were talking about how all the checks and balances were played out right the whole time you were in Cuba. And now you've got this with yourself and your uncle banned from the United Kingdom. Like, how are you coping with it mentally?
I mean, it's not great, because I had a bunch of plans, and I wanted to see my fans in the UK as well. I was very excited to visit, but as far as the pressure campaign goes, I'm used to it. You have to be used to it. I've seen others get punished regularly for sticking their neck out and offering a voice to the voiceless. I mean, you're on the couch sitting next to one of them right now, Jeremy Corbyn, right? So I've seen this happen with Bernie Sanders as well since 2016. There's a very quick retaliation and counter signaling campaign that is launched against those who are considered outside of the neat confines of neoliberalism as far as the permission structure goes. In the United States of America, if you are considered a force of disruption to the pre-established, preordained capitalist hierarchy, if you're an anti-capitalist, if you want, higher labor union participation in the economy, if you're an anti-imperialist, if you call out Israel, it's expected that...
Yeah, Albert Einstein was a fucking socialist, like,
and they're going to come after you.
Anti-war advocate.
They're going to come after you on the issues, too, right? They're not going to come after you and be like, well, I have a disagreement. I think it's good that Israel is doing a genocide, and I don't like that you're calling that out. They're never going to say it like that. They sometimes might call you an anti-Semite, as plenty of people have tried, right? And smear me as an anti-Semite when I have fought back against all manner of bigotry my whole life, and certainly throughout my political career. But then they'll just try and disparage you, right? And if that doesn't work either, if you're unbowed, if you're resilient, and if you continue and your message is penetrating to broader consciousness, then they'll try to prosecute you. And we're at the prosecutorial stage at this point. The pressure is not great. but I don't think I would be receiving this much pressure if I had zero impact. So, because I've been saying these things my whole life. I've been saying these things my whole political career. It's been almost 13 years that I've been doing this.
I just wish that you wouldn't just use all your time to be like, here is a lib candidate. He may or may not have a Nazi tattoo.
And I think the public conscious has shifted.
I wish you spent more time radicalizing people, Hassan.
Especially in these last 2 to 3 years now. But beyond that, something else that's also changed is that there are now candidates that are running and winning in primaries within.
Right, yeah, see, so here's maybe the distinction. This just came to the top of my head. See what you think about the way I describe this. I think that we should be encouraging audiences to join political parties and movements, not encouraging people to just vote for a particular candidate and get behind it. And I think that there is like a paradigmic difference between those approaches. Do you understand what I'm getting at? Does that translate to people here? Does that make sense? Or you're like, what the fuck are you on about? But like being like, wow, I've been really influential, but now we're gonna like he's just fully committed to this like supposed left wing of the Democratic Party that is only gonna do so much. Like it, to be clear, it will not bring about and cannot bring about the change that is desperately needed in America. So I don't have a problem with people using like platforms like this and talking about people like Zoran and stuff to speak about wider issues. I actually think it's really effective, and I do think it works for like normcore people. But I think that he is just like, I'll get a big platform, I'll save the Democratic Party from itself, which you can't, to be clear. You can't. And I'll occasionally go to a protest. I don't think that you should be encouraging people to vote for a candidate. I think that you should be encouraging people to join movements and think of themselves as political actors, right? It's not either or for me. Hold on, sorry. Get involved, personally support where you can, but don't allow this to stop you from getting involved. I guess it doesn't have to be an either or. It's not an either or for me either, but it's more, you mean his harm reduction voting? In essence, yes. And I guess, I mean, motherfuckers, I don't know how long VODs stay up, but there would be a VOD from me in October looking at Plattner and being like, what the fuck is wrong with you, motherfuckers? This guy is awful. And then, is it last week I went through Plattner's policies to find the socialism and found like one policy that could vaguely be considered like actually socialist. To be fair, he tries, but it's like pulling teeth with Americans. I understand it's harder, I understand, but straight up, he's not radical because he doesn't need to be. Let's just be real here. I'm so charitable to Hassan. I still think he's a net good. He is on all these different places talking about like Palestine and socialism and stuff. Even though I think he's really sexist, but and like yeah, his community I think are mad, like literally. But I think that when your politics doesn't come from like, yo, if I don't get no healthcare, I'll die. Or you're anti-imperial because you have friends in the global south and you're like, no, I like, fuck you. Like, if you can be a British person, like I am, right? British Irish person who went to Kenya last year and walks through the slums, Kibera slums of Nairobi, and is not outraged and just is like, oh, like this is the problem of these people's here. And you don't want to build, I guess, relationships with so it's the Communist Party of Kenya, Communist Marxist Party of Kenya who are there. the left-wing group. They used to be called Social Democrats in the 50s, and they changed their name. But yeah, I just think that you're like really wrong. And like these people are, he doesn't have to care about that, and he'll get lots of time. Like, this whole approach is just going to move him to the center constantly, you know? Net good? I do think so, because there are normcore people, and I've been very clear about this. I use the Hassan tag, and we do Hassan watch, because I would like Hassan viewers to come in and actually talk to socialists, people like me, right? And have their worldview challenged a little bit, right? And expanded on, where I'm like, let's stop talking about Hassan and let's talk about what you motherfuckers could do, you know? There is a very specific flavor and gender of American that is really seem to get excited for Plattner, and that's all I'm saying. Flavor of American. That's real funny. Yeah, I wonder who. His policy on the American military is identical to Kamala Harris, and we criticize her for it and not him. I mean, Plattner is pro motherfucking deportation and camps. I had a huge argument with some libs the other day, and they were like, you're just woke scolding. And I was like, yes, I am, because detention camps kill people. Imagine having a consistent moral compass. Meanwhile, Elon Musk is a trillionaire. Yeah. Anyway, sorry. Yap. Like, yeah, good luck with this. This shit can only work so far. And I am not opposed to like you trying to use people and to springboard off them, right? To springboard off the successes and failures of DSA wins. But like he just ends the conversation there with like someone winning an election, and that's it. That's changed now. Like you will not be able to do much in America until the American empire falls. I'm just saying that. And the Democratic Party doesn't want that. So do you understand how that's kind of inconsistent? And I think that he's just flawed. I think that we should be encouraging people. Like if I had Hassan's audience, this is what I would do, right? I'm grateful for having an audience at all, don't get me wrong. But if I had like thousands of people watching me, A, I would probably have an emotional breakdown. But B, I would be like, I strongly encourage you folks to get involved with your local socialist groups, you know? And I think that you are a political power, and I think that your friends and people can be political powers. And also, you can learn about things online with us, but then go and apply it. Touch some grass, get involved in some things. You need your community needs you. But if we don't deport immigrants, I won't be. Yeah.
More endless wars.
Lose our brunch. Not brunch.
We have to focus on expanding the social safety nets. We have to focus on pushing Medicare for all, some kind of single payer healthcare system. This is obviously a major threat to a lot of corporate interests. It's a major threat to a massive
which is why they won't get it.
Industry such as private healthcare. Obviously, it's a multi-billion-dollar industry. It's an unnecessary middleman that doesn't need to exist.
I spoke about this. He does do that, or does the DSA not count? I think the DSA does count. I mean, Recorder, do you genuinely, like, we've watched Hassan together on this stream. I do Tuesdays and Thursdays House Watch in the evening. I feel like the focus is on candidates. It's not. So, folks, I had a DSA, like a Marxist in the DSA from New York, come on and speak to us. And they were very transparent. They basically just agreed with everything that I just said, which is like voting is like for Zoran at the time, right? They were involved in the Zoran campaign, is the least important thing you can do. And you just use this to gain notoriety and bring people into a movement, a collective movement. It might be that the DSA is too captured with electoralism. I will be very real. The political paradigms in America and Britain are quite different. I'd say there is more of an opportunity to be revolutionary in America. than there is here, to be really blunt. The people that call themselves Marxist-Leninists in this country, in the UK, are fucking freaks. I will never engage with them. They are like rapist apologizing transphobes. And as some people have rightfully pointed out, like not Marxist, but whatever, right? It's gone. That shit ain't happening. You can't do another party and replace it, right? So we have a different approach to, I think, combining electoralism with activism that people like me and the fabulous DJ Mool speak about a lot. But you have to be very honest about not being committed to the electoralism thing and being very transparent that the electoralism is a tool in a massive arsenal of liberation, right? And it is a tool that in some contexts, Venezuela has worked for liberation, and in other contexts, Nazi Germany has actually worked massively against liberation. If you're in a place with loads of communists, you probably should really care about that, right? If you're not, it's literally just getting people to join, right? I don't feel personally that he says what I've just said, like, enough. And I feel that it's like, I feel that the emphasis is like, who is Plattner? What kind of guy is he like? Whereas when I did all my coverage onto Plattner, it was, how the fuck did the DSA get here where this is your man? And if you give a shit about that, for a start, the Party for Solidarity and Liberation, PSL, can sometimes do stuff with the DSA. Do both. You can do both, right? In America, and it does depend on which state you're in and stuff. But like, I would just like to see him spend less time on the candidates that you have to vote for and more time with you viewer are a political agent who can be a part of like change, and it's not just about who you vote for. I do genuinely think it's a different paradigm that we speak from, you know? Maybe, but the truth is we need political power. Yes, we do. I think we do. Do you understand, Angry? That's why I'm like, let's encourage people to join organizations. Let's just fucking get people, and it paradoxically works against our interest as streamers who want you to put things on in the background, potentially whilst you're working, and watch us. I'm like, if you have an option to not watch me and go out and do something, do that thing 100%, 100 fucking %, and come back the day after and tell us about it, you know? But we need to build power, so you need to get involved with organizations, 100%. And look, if you can find places where he said that a lot, I'll put my hands up and I'll say I'm wrong. I don't feel that he stresses this enough.
Full of you know, politicians that are actively going to push back against the current private healthcare structure, politicians that are going to push back.
Like, I'm sorry to be this bitch. I did such a fucking comprehensive, the VOD's up, I did such a comprehensive takedown of I live in a country that has socialist healthcare, guys, right? It's being privatized and destroyed. And the worst thing that we could have in this country is what these Democrats are advocating for. I'm sorry, I read Plattner's policies. He thinks that he can just manage and tinker at the seams by like regulating pharma more. No, you can't. Jeremy Corbyn, the man he's speaking with, wanted to model our pharmaceutical industry off the Cuban Revolution. Fuck that. They are not the same. And this is what I mean by Corbyn being naive. Like, sweetie, this is not the same. You can't save America from itself. From what I've seen of Cinemarxism, he looks great. And he is very focused on getting people out as well. I don't get to see him much though because I am on Britbonger time. So very occasionally he'll be streaming late and I'll come in like oh shit, sorry. I'll come in like later on, but I just don't get to see him that much, you know. It's intra-Democratic Party turf war. The Schumer wing is in decline, and these independent media types seeks an opportunity for themselves as well. There's shiplifts with Plattner. If you live in Maine, make your choice. But outside the states, Dems are inherently a part of the imperial core, and I don't believe reform is worth our time and efforts, and I increasingly question motivation. Yeah. I mean, I wouldn't be concerned with motivation because we'll just, like, get into it. You know what I mean, right? People can just be wrong, right? People can, like, just be wrong. And we'll never know, you know? But I'll say this. If I lived in America, I would be that very annoying cunt in the DSA who was like, that's not socialism. We need to be more socialist. And I would probably do my day-to-day activism with the PSL, right? Who, to be frank, I think some of their approaches are fucking ridiculous. I think that they have, like, a long way to go, right? So I do have critiques for them, but that doesn't matter, right? They're there, they're building power, they're socialist, they are very anti-imperial, excellent. And then there's the DSA, where you're trying to bring it out to the wider world, but I would be a part of that by being really annoying in DSA meetings and being like, he has a Nazi tattoo, what the fuck is wrong with you? Or, more importantly, this isn't socialized healthcare. You dumb fucking Plattnerites. Yeah, heaven forbid a bitch from the country that had Nye Bevan, Welsh socialist, build the NHS, fucking saved the lives of a bunch of British people, eventually left the government because he was anti-imperial and they weren't, right? Fair play, I agree with him, right? With wealth that was also built off colonization, we have to acknowledge this, right? That's in part what built the NHS, right? The stolen labor of comrades in the global south, and that's why we believe in reparations. Imagine listening to a bitch who fucking has nationalized healthcare. Plattner is not advocating for that. Oh my god, Plattner is literally like, what if we taxed pharmaceutical agencies 2%? Yeah, that's it, man. We're fighting the system. You stupid bitches. Like, I'm sorry. I don't know how else to say it. Jeremy Corbyn was like, we will throw out all pharmaceutical companies that are private. And he's like, I've been to Cuba and we will have a state-run pharmaceutical industry that is in-house, not for profit. And we will block, we will like fuck with patent laws, and we'll trade with Cuba as well. He wanted to expand operating with Cuba. That is fucking cool. And that's at least something that electoralism could have done, right? I have no idea what I was told over and over again. Yeah, okay. So, Hato. This is what I'm trying to say. So the VOD is up. I don't want to litigate everything again. I went through his plan. He has a very comprehensive plan on his website, and it's a vague Medicare for all. But the important point being, in no way, at any point, other than maybe occasionally a vague reference to, do they seek to dismantle the pharmaceutical industrial complex, which, to be clear, steals 80%, 60 to 80% of the money from drugs manufacturing in order to give to shareholders or market that drug from the state, suppliers, buyers, etc. instead of being reinvested in. Oh, they're not anti-vax, are they? That's bad. He is not advocating any form of like nationalized healthcare service. There was one policy that I thought was good, and that was the bringing in of hospital assets to state, as in American state control, like not federal control, state control. Yes, you cannot have that healthcare service without owning, like, you can't have pharmaceutical companies own hospitals. I agree. Why do you have pharmaceutical companies at all? So, yeah, I don't think PSL or... Yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure about that. I haven't heard that from people I know who would be really pissed off with any anti-vax stuff.
Our undying loyalty
anyway.
to the state of Israel. They're terrified of losing their grip of power. So there's been this coalescing around anti-left initiatives, both from the center-right think tanks, neoliberal think tanks, within the heart of the Democratic Party, within the center of power within the Democratic Party, and of course, a tremendous amount of attacks from the far right.
Before we get into Israel and everything to do with kind of the lobby, whether it's in the United States or the United Kingdom, I'm just going to throw it over to you. Do you identify with any of the experience that Hassan's had recently?
Oh, absolutely, I do. That
It felt performative, fair.
And you have to...
A group called the Party for Solidarity and Liberation, isn't it?
To everything all the
in
time.
America.
And that doesn't do you any good. You've got to write...
I only like their political education program.
Message, because what
Fair
they're
enough.
trying to do is divert you down a rabbit hole of going to another direction. The question that's interesting, before we move into the more details of our discussion...
Socialism, sorry, yeah.
...is the power of independent social media, because 20 years ago, maybe 30 years ago, Hassan and I would have had great difficulty getting a message across, because we would not have been allowed on mainstream media, or with very limited access to it. Print media a bit, local media probably quite a lot, but not much broadcasting media. And so it really is the technology that is available that you can now set up this channel. And indeed, I work with a lot of independent online news channels like yourselves and others. And that's made an enormous difference.
Off, Jeremy.
Huh?
We can't get you off.
So it is a change. Now, I'm not quite sure where all this goes to, because Fox News and the BBC and others are big, very wealthy and very powerful. Their whole purpose at the moment is to set the agenda. And that they try to do with their news values and news reporting. And that is under challenge the whole time. And the citizen journalists that have told us the truth about what's happening in Gaza, without them, most of the mainstream media which have shown footage from Gaza would not have got it, but for the incredible sacrifice and bravery of Palestinian citizen journalists in Gaza, hundreds of whom have been killed.
And even when it does get to the broadcast, I mean, I'm thinking...
They sanitize it, yeah.
Well, Doctors Without Borders, for example, was initially meant to be on the BBC, and then it ended up being taken by Channel 4 because of this kind of this question around the narrator and who he was related to.
Yeah.
There's also a tremendous amount of contextualization that takes place whenever Palestinian deaths are being discussed, where I saw it in real time in American media, where on CNN you would have an IDF soldier or a general or a spokesperson for the foreign ministry go on stage, on the main stage on CNN, and immediately contextualize why a mosque had to be bombed, why this school had to be bombed, why this hospital had to be bombed. And in spite of all of that, in spite of the efforts of mainstream media to try to create...
Yeah, it might be the ACP you're thinking of, who are fucking ridiculous.
Social media, and due to the bravery and the steadfastness of the Palestinian population that was showcasing their demise, showcasing the genocide, sometimes in their final moments, that the Western world caught up to the rest of the world. And I say that because, look, I'm from Turkey. I grew up in Turkey, and my perspective on Israel was always the majority perspective in Turkey, which is that Israel is a settler, colonial, apartheid state that's, killing Palestinians all the time. Whereas in the Western world, in the UK, in the United States of America, and maybe the rest of Europe, with some exceptions, I feel like the majority position on Israel, due to this sophisticated, pervasive influence operation that has been around for almost, certainly almost 80 years, but certainly much more powerful since the end of the abolition of the South African apartheid. So for the last 3 or 4 decades, there's been this very powerful lobby and very pervasive influence peddling operation that has caused the majorities in the Western world to either be totally oblivious to the issue of Israel-Palestine or offer unconditional and unwavering support to Israel. That's why there are common tropes that are deployed all the time, which people now laugh at. That used to be unshakable truths, right? The idea that Israel is the most moral nation in the Middle East. It's the only democracy in the Middle East, right? Like these were very racist concepts, but they were concepts that many Westerners agreed with and never even thought twice about. And now that cultural attitude has shifted in the opposite direction broadly. And I think a lot of people in the lobby, a lot of people who are invested in defending Israel's foreign policy interests, defending Israel's interests broadly, are terrified and don't really know what to do. So they have decided the best possible way to go about this is to increase the repression. And it's clear that the Labor government and even the American government under both Donald Trump, and this started happening under Biden as well before Donald Trump, and might have even led to Donald Trump's victory in the election, they decided repression, state repression is the way to go, that they could maybe brush this problem under the rug or potentially silence people.
That is accurate. The full force of the British state is being put against pro-Palestinian campaigners.
Of Westerners' economic situation has kind of contributed to this. Simultaneously, there's been a reduction in living standards in the West. Younger people can't afford houses, can't afford to settle down, can't afford children. And at the same time, very basic things that citizens have always done, expressing their free speech, expressing their solidarity with oppressed peoples around the world. And another thing that the government is doing to them is saying,
shit. I knew that this was happening this morning. Guys, remember when we looked into Palestine Action, who have done a bunch of activities against Elbit and other companies who have aided and abetted genocide, and the government lost the case. They appealed and they've won their appeal. Fuck. Five-strong panel, including 2 of the most senior judges, was overturned. I don't think that they're... Let's take a look. I don't think that you can. I think this is it. Isn't this the highest court? See if it says in here. Right. We will fight this. We will seek permission to appeal to the Supreme Court. Okay, no, there is. It's going to be appealed, and if it needs, we will take this to the European Court of Human Rights. We're confident we will ultimately succeed because criminalizing peaceful political protests in this way is a flagrant violation of our fundamental rights and freedoms in Britain. So we don't have like freedom of speech enshrined in the way that Americans supposedly do. Which is why sites like someone's fucking granddad being shoved into the back of a van, a cop car, is a site you're going to get used to more and more. And why the fuck aren't the police spending any time detaining people who have, like, I don't know, done like race pogroms, and instead resisting genocide is unlawful and terrorist?
Ignore all of these images that you're seeing.
There's always been an attack on demonstrations, free speech, and so on. As long as
We need to fight against propaganda, and we shouldn't berate or mock people. Give them space to grow in their knowledge. I agree. It's hard though, isn't it? You know, Elbit systems need to be protected so Israel's war economy can keep it. Yeah.
An incredible stage where
Arrest the
to
flag
organise
shaggers.
A demonstration, you basically have to seek police permission and cooperation, to the extent that they're also monitoring what people are saying on the march and on the demonstration and on the stage. And in the case of Britain, we've got about 2,500 people at the moment bailed on the charge of holding up Palestine Action placards. And they may end up in court, they may end up with having a trial, they may end up being fined or even worse, imprisoned. Or the legal establishment might take the view that this is becoming ridiculous and take the view it's not in the public interest to pursue these cases anymore. They are, however, resolutely pursuing the cases against 4 people from the January demonstration of last year. This is now, what, 15, 16 months ago. They're pursuing that to the extent that 2 of them are now appealing against the sentence they were given, and 2 others are moving on to the first stage of their trial. And so there is that going on. And then there is the passing of the latest piece of anti-terror legislation and the powers the Home Secretary has to prevent people coming to Britain, such as the way you've been treated, Hassan. You've just not been allowed in Britain on the basis that your presence is not conducive to the public good. Is that the words they used in the letter to you?
Yes.
What did they say?
So here's the issue. They are, I think, purposely very vague about revealing the
Hi, Doom.
reasons as to why they did this.
We should be steering them towards large structures.
A little bit, but yes, the ETA.
You mean when you're critiquing something?
We applied for a regular.
A Colin shaved his head because he couldn't pull off the mullet. Can't relate. Can't relate. Sorry.
Been to the UK.
Sorry.
Have never even thought about getting a visa at all. I believe it's a new thing, a relatively new phenomena. But it's supposed to be due to our special partnership.
Can't relate. Just got a fucking stunning mullet.
It's supposed to be relatively easy.
Zav, thank you so much.
You can even do it at the border.
Here we fucking go. By the way, we got a new goal now. So, sorry, shut the fuck up, Hassan. Tomorrow we will be doing, in part at some point, a workout stream because we got to 50 subs. Thank you so much. Now, yes, we will do a pride dress up, and I'm going to dress up like a beautiful woman with a mullet. Yeah, shut the fuck up, bitch. I cut a mullet during yesterday's Welcome in Eden. Are you okay? Workout stream tomorrow. Workout stream tomorrow. I know what you filthy, thirsty bitches want. And I love it. Thank you.
Some Israel advocacy organizations that wanted to create a problem about my travel to the UK. I wanted to get the visa ahead of time, and we did. And then they revoked it. And when they revoked it, they just said that my presence would not be conducive to the public good. But the reason as to why I'm saying it's very likely because of my commentary around Israel is one, because I've been to the UK in numerous instances. Many of the quotes that they will always use, oftentimes out of context.
I'm sorry, love.
From way before.
Sorry, it's been a hard day.
And I have traveled with ease to the UK since then. And that the people that actually took ownership over this ban were those very same advocacy organizations that had made a big fuss about it. There was reporting on this on the Times of Israel, both prior to the ban and certainly after the ban as well. So they not only demanded it, but they also took credit for it, right? So it's not that silly for me to assume that it is these advocacy organizations that raise a major red flag and point of concern.
Quakers in the UK are like cool Christian activists.
For me, but I was also supposed to talk
I
with Jank, my uncle, at Oxford.
have hung out with Quakers a
I had
lot
already
this year,
delivered a
and
speech
it's
at
cool.
Oxford Union last year. That speech actually was, ironically enough, about the dangers of conflating Zionism and Judaism, and the dangers of the growth of anti-Semitism, and how that's a warning sign for the growth of fascism in general, both in Europe and in the United States of America.
We're also battling individualism. I know some stuff as well, which is hard.
To those warnings, but that I think makes it even a little bit more interesting and a little bit more ironic, considering that the main charge against me is that I am an anti-Semite.
I was chatting to Norman Finkelstein recently, who, by the way, as well, was in the UK about 6 months ago.
Yeah, no, I met him, yeah.
Who has said things that, in comparison to what you've said, Hassan, I think, like, if it's the government of the United Kingdom that are preventing Hassan from coming in.
Oh, cool. Let me know.
I'm not going to condemn Hamas.
Because I love coffee,
would
so.
probably constitute him having his visa taken away as well.
I hang with Quakers, one of the few religious groups in the US that treats trans women as women.
It's still
In the UK, they're
is
usually
how he was talking to
pretty
me
good on
about
queer
how
stuff as well.
The conflation of anti-Semitism and anti-Zionism has reached a point where you are in the United States, where you've got figures like Candace Owens, you've got figures like Tucker Carlson that are starting to see this kind of this way in for them to have like anti-Semitism, a sinister form of anti-Semitism by co-opting an opposition to Israel, or an opposition to the actions of Israel, where you kind of, they reference things like the campus strikes, they reference things like the treatment of left-wing activists and say, this is the action of the Israeli government, and use that to propel a more sinister anti-Semitism. So, I mean, it's probably to the effect of what you were getting at the Oxford Union, but I think, like, especially when you've got a government...
Well, Quakers also, so people have asked me before, like, why do you feel like you're like a democratic socialist? Like, why? You know, when it comes down to it, why? We have a history of, like, including Quakers, like radicals in like the 16th and 17th century, Quakers, levelers, diggers, who were proto-socialists, who were agrarian socialists. Probably the closest we've had to a revolution, you know? Super fucking progressive for the time. And progressive in terms of materially progressive. We're challenging feudal relationships that were sort of being slowly shifted by the advent of capitalism and imperialism, right, in the British state, and people weren't happy with that. We have what I would call a history of like socialism of the commons, and I mean common land in in Britain, and like genuinely Quakers. Let me put it this way. It was a Quaker who like smashed the fuck out of a plane that was being sold to Saudi Arabia to bomb Yemen in the UK. I think it was a priest. I think it may have been a priest. But like they straight up are fucking radical, and there's a lot of them behind Palestine Action as well. Always socialist meetings at Quaker halls. When I was learning about, the first place I learned about Palestine was like properly was going to, through my university, the Quaker meeting group had a discussion on Palestine, and we watched some films, and there was some talks. I remember I was super radical. Like everyone lefty was there, you know. I can't remember. Reverend maybe, I don't know. He had a dog collar. I remember it.
To Keir Starmer becoming the leader and these accusations of anti-Semitism and how it was impossible to keep you in the party. These kinds of things almost kind of they worsen the issue rather than make it better.
I'll put it this way: I was first elected to the British Parliament in 1983, and up until September 2015, I was not ever once accused by anybody of being anti-Semitic. Since that time, there have been thousands of accusations made against me, all of which relate around Palestine.
But to go back to your earlier point, Hassan, of the kind of the activism for Palestine is being used as a way to undermine your anti-neoliberal, anti-globalist, anti-imperialist worldview, your interest, and it reflects...
No worries, Doom. Hope you're okay.
It's conflating an issue that the public at large, up until maybe 3 years ago, didn't know too much about. Now I think there's a lot more awareness in the British public and probably the American public as well, that I think these kinds of accusations just don't wash anymore.
That's absolutely true. They don't wash anymore. And for all the abuse and the lawfare and the aggression and so on that was thrown at me from 2015 onwards, we managed to attract 41% of the electorate voting to vote in the 2017 election, with the largest vote for the Labour Party this century. That was despite those accusations.
Including the election win in 2020.
Then they intensified after the election because we'd done so well, and it became very, very intense during 2018 and 19. And then...
activate the mosques.
You know, I was then...
Jihad, bitch.
Authority just activated Corbyn Jihad.
Thank you for activating Corbyn Jihad. Oh, God, he just doesn't give a shit anymore. Like, I love this slouch. He's like, fuck me.
Eventually thrown out of the Labour Party and ran as an independent in my own constituency.
Thank you.
My constituency is London. It is a normal London constituency in many ways. They are not immune from the mainstream media, the newspapers, anything else. Same access to everybody else. Yet we still managed to win there by a very large majority, despite all this stuff being thrown.
Yeah, he's got that energy, doesn't he?
That, to me, was the most fascinating election campaign I've ever been involved in.
I'm not going to lie, this is a bit boring, though.
With no assumption of what they were going to say. Yeah. No prior knowledge. Prior knowledge was of no use at all, because we knew we had a big fight in our hands because of the way that I'd been demonized by the media. But we won. And we won also, despite the stuff of reform and everybody else, by saying, and I did put it on a leaflet, refugees are welcome here. And we still won the election. It shows it can be done. But the way in which European politics is going is very, very, makes me very nervous and quite frightening in many ways, in that we now have a consensus around economy, which I'm sure you'd appreciate, the consensus being essentially that you reduce the public realm, you reduce the expenditure on, in broad terms, welfare, education, health and housing, increase massively defense expenditure, build up a sort of war psychosis in society. And then
style. Fuck.
To
I'm sorry.
all nationalist symbols and racism against refugees. And
how long do you have to hold it out, or is it a job forever?
I'm going to be in Brussels next weekend, where we're having a demonstration in Brussels against Euro-militarism on Sunday. I think that's very important to be doing that. It'd be very important to be starting.
This was this Sunday. I saw it.
Of Europe. Europe.
That was yesterday.
Which are considerable and getting worse, are not going to be solved by spending more money on arms and defence. They're not going to be solved by wars.
Bovino?
So it is putting that counter narrative that we've got. And when it comes to wars, look at what's happening in Palestine. We're actually witnessing in real time genocide against the Palestinian people in Gaza. And those of us that raise it are then told...
Yeah, Corbyn isn't anti-Semitic at all.
Anti-Semitic because you raise it. The community
Oh.
per head of the population by proportion, most
2 years I could try to leave.
on a Palestine march are actually
18 or 20 months in if I tick off certain
they're
performances.
the largest single
I feel
group
like you should try and stick it out, mate. I'm sorry though.
about 500,000 or more Jewish people in Britain, and so their attendance as a proportion of their population is probably the biggest of all. Yet the abuse they get as well is huge.
Yeah.
I mean, the same thing must be happening.
I think that he's trying to say that people are whipped into a frenzy and that they're not able to put their own needs above the idea of a Western national state, which is just white supremacy, right? And imperialism, and that they're to the point where they're willing to defend the mass militarization of the European border because Russia bad. You know? So I kind of actually think that the analogy works, you know?
Happening in the USA, no?
Oh, absolutely. So,
I'm in the UK and registered with a GP. Food and housing is okay. Bristol is a bit high, but
well, there's two issues, right?
I think that you should look for other work.
The United States,
if you can,
has the First Amendment, so there's some level of constitutional protection.
I know that that's a whole thing in itself as well.
Actively by the government, so
speaks of what specifically, Lennon?
Is a foreign terrorist organization. You could literally support it publicly.
You know, I'm just going to belch more if you do that.
State that is a state sponsor of terrorism, you can publicly support it, and there's nothing the government can do unless you're offering material support, but speech is not material support. It's protected by the First Amendment. In the UK, obviously, you have a prescription system where if there is a prescribed terror organization, no matter how laughable it is, like Palestine Action, being considered a prescribed terrorist organization, any kind of support for a prescribed terrorist organization is considered illegal. And
which is why I can't say that.
Use for me, and I don't think they could do this for Jank because I don't think Jank.
I 100% am nom. Get your head under the duvet. Do you know why I'm single, guys?
Or the axis of resistance broadly with Ansar Allah.
I guess I get what he means, but I'm sensitive to mental health stuff. I mean, if you feel he's being derogatory, fair enough.
Colonial resistance movements engage in militancy. The evolution of Hamas's militancy and whatnot is a major part.
I think that might be the only way forward. Some of the staff members are very archaic. Some of the work is starting to clash with my moral principles. The original plan is to try to move to a different government department. If you are in the civil service, my love,
something not dissimilar to what the
reform are coming in, and you will have to do their bidding. The third sector exists. Your skills will be needed. That's a banger of a joke. You say you're lesbian, but I think you're bi because you're good at being all by yourself. Fuck me. Nom just murdered me in front of you all, guys. Jesus, you didn't have to fucking kill me and my family. Yeah, you need... Look, if you want any help with stuff around the charity sector and third sector, I can help. Just send me a DM and I can help you prepare stuff for sending out to these kind of jobs. You need a job. Bristol at least is a good city, you know. There's a lot of stuff going on there. Yeah, you need to leave. It's only going to get worse. You will be doing state fascism before you know it, and you don't want to do that. And you don't want to be forced to do it so that you can survive, right? So the sooner you can get things. No worries, just DMs are open. I can look. If you redact your CV from identifiable information, you can send it over and stuff. In Imperialism is the highest stage of capitalism. Lenin speaks about working class people from imperialist countries that support imperialism because their position is such, meaning some workers want their country to exploit other countries. Yeah. I would say a big problem at the moment is that people don't know that if you stay, then you could be useful to expose the wrongdoing. No. To put it really bluntly, no. If you stay in the Nazis, you can expose the Nazis for being nah. Star's saying this as well because he's unhappy, right? So I think, Star, am I right in saying that this has been percolating in your head for a while, and you feel like you're at a point where you're gonna break? And there's been like little things at work on little things at work and little things at work and little things at work. And you're now at a point where you can start talking about it and you're like, fuck me. But like, that's a big thing because it comes with like looking for more work at a time when things are really difficult. That's what I feel like is happening. Derogatory is a bit strong. I just don't like casual usage that infers negative stuff around mental health. Fair enough. I think it was like a genuine use of the term psychosis, like a mass psychosis of your interests are unneeded. Put the interests of this state, industrial military complex that ahead of yourself. But fair enough. And it involves working with a certain country, and some of the staff are hardcore loyalists. God damn. I'm trying to change placements so I don't have to work with that place. Yeah. Holy shit. Just do the best you can. You still need to Debilka? Ooh, Debilka, Lemek. I've been trying to move from my current job, and my experience is that the job market is cooked. It is hard. Civil service is a good, like, that's why I kind of feel like you need to finish the grad scheme. Like, I'm not gonna propose to someone that they like destroy their own life because socialism, right? These things can work together. This person still has to survive in this system, guys. Civil service is crumbling. I have a friend in DEFRA, Department for France. For fracking and anal. I have no idea. I get that those. I'll get those professional qualifications. Yeah. If you can get that, if you can bite your tongue and get that, you know. Look, when I was made redundant, I was at a point by the end of it where I was like, I fucking hate this organization. And it's really hard because I needed money to not die, just like everyone else. By the way, guys, we won't be doing extra content because there's no tips. I'm not very good at asking for tips. If you've enjoyed it, subscribe to the Hot Sauce Show. Welcome in. Money me, please. Agriculture and food. Okay, fair.
The Labour Party is doing in the UK, which is to try and create an ideological parity. So there is a bipartisan condemnation bill that Josh Gottheimer, a Democrat from New Jersey, and Mike Lawler, a Republican from New York, have put forth in Congress. It's not going to pass. It's just to appease the donors. It's very clear that I've frustrated a lot of big donors and a lot of very powerful people in this country, and their word is obviously much more important than the needs of the masses. But they set forth this bipartisan condemnation bill, and in that bill, they put my statements and demanded condemnation for...
Holy shit! Thank you, Stoll. Yo, you did not need to do that, by the way. Please don't ever feel that... Thank you very much. I really fucking appreciate that. Cheers, mate. I really do. That's like paid for petrol so I can go to Pride this weekend. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you for the biddy as well, Doc. Super appreciated. Thank you. But you guys, like, I was speaking to my friends on the weekend and they were like, if you got into remission, would you continue streaming? I'm like, yeah, I would maybe do like a Gremlo and stream like 5 days a week for a lot longer and make it my job for a while. I enjoy this. I enjoy this. I feel like I'm very transparent about when I'm like screaming and shouting and I feel really overwhelmed and like staring down the barrel of the fascist gun as well. But like, don't ever feel like you have to like pay for my time or that you have to pay for like the kind of discussion that we just had, Star, okay? And like, I know that you are having like a moral, sorry, no, moral. You're not the only person to have that, okay? You're not the only person to have that. Like, I saw an organization I was working for turn from an anti-colonial organization into just homo nationalism. And it was really hard to go through, actually. It was horrible. And then they were like, you're going to be made redundant. And I was like, oh no, at least this way I get fucking money. But anyway, like, my DMs are genuinely open. You don't have to pay for it. I can look through things and offer you advice if you want to get into the third sector. I don't know anything about you screaming and shouting at your audience. Well, Nom, if you listen to me more. No, I am sorry. The stream genuinely delivers something good in the darkness of the internet. Oh, thanks, mate. Look, I try. I don't know what else to say. Like, I come from a background where, like, I did an awful lot of work with people, which I miss, right? Because I'm unwell. And I think this is where, like, I really love seeing this in LB's stream as well. And I'm just going to point out, I think it's a lot approach a lot of femmes have, and I think there's a reason for it. It's the patriarchy. Because this idea that men don't care is bollocks. Men care deeply. But like, I'm driven by a lot of empathy and love. Like, I want to see so many things change in this world, and my politics has come from a period of history of the anti-austerity movement in the UK. Lesbian. Thank you.
I_know_some_stuff wants you to know they love lesbians.
Thank you. I _____. Thank you, love. But like, seeing the effect of austerity on the city that I lived in, the working class parts of the north. Hell yeah, Star got himself a 1K bits badge. Thank you so much. But anyway, hot water broke during my shower. Damn, life. Go do something nice for yourself right now. I feel like you really need it. I feel like you really need it, mate. Star, thank you for redeeming lesbians. My favorite alert. Mine as well. Lesbians. Yeah. I guess we got to learn from these movements. But I have worked in a lot of places where I work with people who are like really poor, with a lot of mental health needs. And I just have seen throughout like my entire life and been somebody who has experienced what happens when you have a state that only exists to fund capital into rich people, whether it be the rich aristocracy of Britain or the wealthy elite overseas, you know? And that's what Britain is. Right? And I don't know what to do other than try. Because if we don't at least try and challenge this and build forms of socialist like groups, etc., we are fucked. Mushroom. We did go on a tangent there. Thank you, 69. 69. Okay, thank you. Back to Hassan.
There's a laundry list of things.
So them not being together has meant that Hassan like is acting like he's streaming, like they're not really having a conversation.
He has said, Holocaust denial. and things of that nature that are.
Sorry, I'm gonna fast forward. Yeah, blah 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 blah.
Apartheid stance as well.
And support for peace process in Ireland.
No. Yeah.
The abuse I got for even.
Na 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 na. He was born in a Dublin street. He literally was like, so we can probably bring peace to Northern Ireland if we talk to the IRA. By the way, he was fucking right.
Speaking to the Republican movement in Ireland in the 80s was phenomenal. So yesterday we had a debate in Parliament about Peter Mandelson.
I watch everything in 1.3.
Of the documents that have now.
Do you think Jez watches Hassan before he goes to bed? No. He'd be like, "Who's this lib?" No, I'm joking.
Time as
girl, he don't know what he don't know what a twatch is.
Reading those, and I was reading a lot of the Epstein files over the last weekend, and then you sort of think through.
So it was under Labour. He wasn't directly involved. He just got condemned for being like, we should listen to the IRA. Like, that's it. He wasn't like Mo Molan or anything, like a minister that was involved.
Probably raped.
And she wasn't a minister, sorry. She just came in, didn't she?
Who felt they could get away with it.
I fear for kids being a kid in the UK right now sounds fucking shit.
Epstein comes out of prison from
Jezza, my boy. Come tell us your jam recipe.
Like a sort of a shining sun attracts all these moths around him who go straight to him and join in it all, Mandelson included. And then
Peterson adjacent Mandelson, yeah.
Eventually goes back into prison and dies, as we know. Mandelson becomes ambassador to the United States while still owning a company that is working with Palantir. Arranges meetings between the Prime Minister and Palantir, who then get very large contracts.
I read Michael's book. Yeah, that's really interesting. So, Style, me and Dad. Jesus, that's really funny. Me and Dad. So, my dad's an old Labour boy who's finding it hard to let go of Labour, but he is like, they're shit now. He didn't like Blair. He thought they were a scam, you know. But he grew up in a Labour household with my granddad, who's an Irish immigrant, who was a union man, trade unionist, and pretty much often on fucking strike. I'm sorry, Nom. I can't help it. I was burping. I mean, fuck Blair. Blair is right-wing and fucking horrific. No amount of sure starts will ever, like, redeem the amount of like dead people in Iraq. Like, fuck Blair, fuck public private financing, fuck Tony Blair. Warmonger of the 10th degree, you know. Michael Foot was an intellectual, definitely. He is. If you go back, I did this recently, if you go back and watch discussions with him, me and Dad watched some debates with him, it's like entering a different world. And you realize how bad media is now and how much of media is around personalities instead of competent discussions. Michael Foot would be... I don't think I think Corbyn was probably the last chance to save Labour as a socialist force, to be super blunt. For a start, he's the only person who's ever thought about restructuring the economy, like ever, since Blair. Everything else, right, is just window shopping. Like, if you're not a socialist or a Marxist who's like, everything's about the economy, you're not a socialist or a Marxist, right? You're someone who, I don't know, maybe you care really about certain projects, and that's fine, and we need to be encouraging those people to get involved. But, like, if you're not changing the economic base of your society, you're not changing society. Weird fact, the current South African president... is it Cyril? Is it Cyril Ramaphosa? Is he your South African president at the moment? He's meh. He's pretty shit. Was third party for... Oh, really? I didn't know that. I did not know that. I've seen debates from politicians in the 70s and 80s. It's such a vast difference. Yeah, Cyril Ramaphosa. Is Cyril your man who was like, I had sex with a woman with HIV, but don't worry, I had a shower after? Was that Cyril? Because fucking I'm Brian Kill Me is all I have to say. I think he was head of the AIDS Council whilst that happened. Was that Cyril? Maybe it wasn't Cyril. Hold on. Wait, what? Yeah. 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 Labour was never socialist. Lenin called them out as, hold on, imperialist, right as the party was founded under Keir Hardie. There was a huge contingent that was Labour imperialist, yes, but it's not true that there was an anti-imperialist in the Labour Party.
Every school
sadly, they lost basically.
Another form of privatization.
That was Zuma. No, you're right. It was Zuma. You are right. Yeah.
About
that was Zuma. Sorry, my bad.
And Mandelson.
Zuma's fucking awful. Cyril's just a lib, right? Cyril's like lib and shit. But Zuma was like, I'm gonna like murder trade unionists bad. He's highly qualified to talk about AIDS because he may have got HIV if that sex was unprotected. Okay. I'm just going to say he's not qualified to talk about HIV because he said that, you know? Like, he said that.
Rather than a provision of public service. So Hassan and I would presumably be on the same position, saying the public as a whole should provide healthcare, should provide welfare, and so on, to ensure that there is no absolute poverty within our society. Not a very big ask, actually. That has now gone by the wayside, and everybody has to be a victim of market forces. And this is what has been achieved in all this. Now, my question is, where do we go from here? The DSA in the USA worked really hard and absolutely well done on the organization, what they've achieved, and winning in the case of Mandani and getting so very close with Bernie Sanders. Are there limits to what you can achieve by being associated with the Democrats? And
yes, clearly.
Does that mean that the DSA is actually a force for something wider or not? As you know, when I was leader of the Labour
Party... I think we don't need a DSA in the UK. Right? And that's good. That's good. I'm sorry, Corbyn. This is what I mean. He's so soft. He's so soft. Straight up, if he had won, they would have fucking murdered him. And he's like, maybe I would ask the American troops to leave Britain. They're gonna fucking kill you, Corbyn. How could you go visit Allende, see Allende get killed, and go to Cuba and build so much solidarity with, like, Venezuelan liberation and, like, everything internationally and just be such a fucking soft boy? Like... Honestly, they'd kill him. They'd fucking murder him. Like, no one needs a democratic socialist party, period. The DSA, no one needs a democratic socialist party. Massively disagree as a democratic socialist. The DSA, though, I think it is only useful as long as it allows real socialists to organize within it. That I do agree with. That I agree with. That's a good way of framing it, actually. Yeah, your party was supposed to be pretty fucking radical. Your party would have been like 100%. I mean, the whole conference, guys, do you remember that we did our founding party conference was literally like anti-imperialism, right? And the anti-war movement and anti-capitalist is just completely destroyed by the fucking freaks of the, like, mainly Trotskyists in the UK. Oh. Pause there for a second. Right.
I'm going to turn the party into...
We'll leave after this.
Grassroots campaigning
You can build socialism on moments. You need proper worker control of policy making. Labour always existed to co-opt the proles into dead end. Look, I'm gonna be real with you. You probably won't enjoy my stream. I'm just gonna be really real with you. I don't take that hard line. Wasn't your party letting everyone in without it's fucked. It's fucked. It's really fucked. I'm a democratic socialist. I think that there is a small place in a massive set of tools that you can use. We just had a whole conversation about this before you came in, and where I think voting is the least important thing that anyone and anywhere can do in terms of building political power, and by extension being like Hassan and caring about whatever candidate here and there is going to do nothing close to socialism. Jeremy Corbyn, it would have transformed the British economy and was a pretty substantial anti-imperialist. Which is probably why he would genuinely be killed if he had won. I'm not this hardline. I'm not ML. I'm not Marxist-Leninist. I'm a Marxist, so I read Leninist stuff and look at lots of different, existing socialist states with as, I guess, Marxist a line as I can, and understand that these were people making decisions based on the material conditions in the state. I'm not ideologically committed to Leninism at all. I am a democratic socialist. I like Rosa Luxemburg. These are my values. I'm just being 100% transparent, so nobody has any illusion. But I don't view MLs as my enemies at all. At all. I view them as comrades, right? Comrades that I have a critique in the way that Rosa did, right? But unfortunately we never really got to see her actualize on any of her fucking ideas because the Nazis and libs got together and fucking murdered her, right? I was describing the Labour Party because I find that people who aren't from Britain read Lenin on the Labour Party and do themselves a disservice. And it's not so much that he's wrong, but don't look at the small but not, zero existent group of genuine anti-imperialist actors who were anti-colonial, right, within the British state. Like Nom said, the Labour Party has a very particular history in the UK. I always speak about the fact that Bevan literally left the government because the Attlee government, because they were so fucking imperial, the Labour Party at the time, right? And I think that this is actually the problem that we're in the UK is what Novara Media have rightfully said. The left project, because of history, has always been fixed with the Labour Party. What do we do now? The Trotskyists and Marxist-Leninists of the UK are fucking freaks, and I 100% do not think that you should join these political parties because there's so many rape allegations against the people who have been in the central committees of this. I am a feminist and queer, and I've lived through this. I'm old as shit now. I'm 40, right? There is not a world in which I would ever consider joining them or ever advocate for joining them. I think that they are dangerous to femmes. I think that they present a danger. And I know a lot of Marxist-Leninists don't want to fuck with those people either as well. For that reason and others. And then there's a bunch of Trotskyists who are kind of useless anyway, right? Just sorry, Trotskyists, but do you know what I mean? It was kind of like when Biden replaced Trump for a bit. They both suck, but Zuma was so awful. Yeah. That's by low standards. In unfortunately neoliberal South Africa, Cyril is better. Cyril is also corrupt, but it's not like the rapist of didn't age shower Zuma, who was perhaps the worst post-apartheid president. Yeah. The ANC, the history of the ANC is such. the first part of the ANC book is cool as shit, and then the second part of that book is very shit. You know. That's why I'm in the Greens, even though they're not as socialist as I would like. I mean, I'm still not ready to join the Greens. I just feel that it's going to be such like liberal co-op in the Greens. I genuinely think that maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I should join and like vote on like really, really, really left-wing lines. But like, even though the Greens are like, we hate the IMF, and I'm like, okay, cool, cool. That's a really good place to start. They also like their leaders. Like, I kind of like NATO. I don't. I think NATO is like an existential threat to humanity. It is the imperial war machine, you know? So I don't know, Spooky. I understand that everyone here comes in with good faith. I mean, Boggles, you may have thought that I was being super harsh. I feel like I'm just giving you a fair assessment of who I am, you know, and that there's no kind of illusion about my values and my approach. Yeah.
To stop community organising going on in the party. They were terrified of the idea that we would be mobilising people in the community, in some cases challenging Labour-controlled local authorities or others, basically mobilising people. And they were terrified of that. And
5 hours already. Yeah, I'm finishing soon, love. I did have to talk to local party members about why landlords are bad.
Party like the Democrats, which is a different structure to the Labour Party. I get that.
I know, King, but it's gone. It's not happening.
The US Constitution in a way that political parties in Britain are not. So there is a big difference.
Yes, we did. We looked at it. I don't know what to say. We'll listen to this and I'll critique what Hassan says because it's going to be shit. But it's really bad, Ninja. Yeah, we are at race pogroms being seen as okay, kind of, in the UK by the media class. Defending Palestine is doing a terrorism level in the UK, and I'm pretty scared as a fucking pretty outspoken anti-imperialist person who, if I went to prison, I'd get a motherfucking cold and die. I'm severely immunocompromised for those who are like, what? Yeah, I'd die. I'd die. But like, I don't know what we do. Like, a genocide is worse, so we just have to be careful with what we say. By the way, thank you to everyone who we had a raid, Clone. We had a raid. Thank you to everyone who commented on this and liked this. I very much appreciate you. Thank you for helping me. No! No! The right-wingers came in! Okay, what should we say to them? Give me... Wait. No, this has... Are these bots? Yo! Did it get botted? Did I get right-wing bots? Who are you? Regal Harbinger. This is chud coded. Fucking shit stained bollocksing. Yo, we got bots. Fucking shit. Are you a Nazi? If so, only then is the BBC left wing. BBC left wing. People, fuck, just someone nuke the UK and put me out of my misery. I'm joking, guys, obviously. I don't want to be nuked. Ah! No. Fucking shit. Why have all bullshit of a fucking media. This dude needs to calm down. Does it arouse you on this holy month? This shouty boy. Yeah, I love it. Thank you. I feel really gender affirmed. Whoa! Whoa! No lights detected. Thanks, Stephen. This one guy is trying. Wow. I used the tag right wing. You got a license for them jokes, mate. Happy Pride, everyone. I love being a butch dyke. I love it. So do loads of women. Even if they didn't, who cares? Who cares? I did a bit of a gamble. I used like a hashtag. Is it wise to interact with YouTube comments? Yeah, probably not, in fairness. I mean, the whole point is more interaction. Like rage baiting so I suppose I just get chuds here. So I already have a plan to of someone to raid. Sorry, Nom. Yeah, I guess it would be the wrong engagement, right? Maybe that's the key. You know? I'm a beautiful man, I know.
There's obviously a lot of difficulties.
But yeah, would it be constructive? Probably not.
In terms of fighting for ballot
No, I know what you mean. I know what you mean. Like, it's probably not very good.
Virtually
They still bring views. Yeah, I mean, they wouldn't bring people to the stream, right? Because they're left wing and they want to engage with like a left wing Brit bonger, who's actually a socialist, who can tell you why the BBC isn't. The BBC is not anti-capitalist. There we go. Oh my god! Like, what a huge fucking like truth bomb from this boy here. Butch dykes, dyke lesbians. Hell yeah, thinking. But yeah, the idea, I guess, isn't to bring in people who will be like, actually, I love Hitler. Or something. Yeah, I guess it would be rage bait views, which isn't useful. From what I saw, the UK, the Greens are cool. They're pro-Palestinian. Not enough at the moment. Sorry to be super transparent. It's a whole thing in the Palestinian liberation movement. Thank you. In the Palestinian liberation movement, where it's like they're trying to. 1,000 times better than US and German Greens. Like they have socialists inside the party. It is a democratic party, and the last conference was a shitstorm, which really has put me off. I will be honest. They're the best we have at the moment, which is a pretty depressing indictment of the left in the UK. But genuinely, people do think that the BBC are left because they like have gay people on it or something. And I'm like, great. Did you think Jill Stein thought UK Green numbers was the US Greens? Would you? Oh, really? She democratic till I party. She demo on my cratic till I party. Do you need help? You okay, love? Happy Pride. Happy Pride. Anyway, sorry, let's listen to this like really mid answer from Hassan.
So, great question. There's obviously a lot of
the BBC is left, then it's time to change the meaning of the BBC. Yeah, exactly.
In terms of fighting for ballot access, which renders third-party initiatives.
You are right there, Project.
Virtually impossible, at least in the current stage. So there are some major hurdles to overcome, and obviously a lot of financial hurdles that are that accompany this, right? So like the American masses still self-identify
Bolshevik bro cult,
and they're perfectly fine with voting for the Democrats, but there is also an opportunity there because a lot of people that self-identify as liberals that vote for the Democratic Party.
Yeah, to the right, Mithra, where it's like Hitler 2, Hitler 3, liberalism, and the BBC is liberalism.
Actually know what the Democratic Party is about. They might have much more radical opinions overall. They might be in favor of Medicare for all, for example, because...
Oh my God, I'm so sorry. as I've explained to you folks several times, that's not radical. The leader refuses to say genocide. No. The Greens absolutely say it's genocide. The problem is that we wanted the Greens to commit to a one-state solution and to equate Zionism as racism. The Canadian Greens? Oh, no. We're talking about Brits. Sorry. No. Never mind.
They lack class consciousness and lack
Right, my brain getting fucky. I need to stop soon.
Realize that they're voting for a party that's simply lying to them in many instances when they say, "Oh, we're going to be in favor of Medicare for all," but they don't end up actually doing it. That's why you'll see weird inconsistencies like exit polls that say
With a pride accent. Yeah.
They wanted Medicare for all, but then ended up
you've got it.
Hillary Rodham Clinton, right? Or who
Aren't Greens all over the world united? It's pretty disparate group, I think, because it started in a lot of like fucking eco-fashy bollocks, and now it's become a lot of different things in a lot of different places.
Because the Democratic Party is very weak, and it's not a real party in the way that even the Labor Party is, right? There is no real ideological movement that can, change over time and restructure itself like we saw with Tony Blair, or certainly in the aftermath of your ouster with Keir Starmer, the direction that Labour Party's heading. The Democratic Party
still want to defer to Palestinians to support them on sovereignty, despite most of us thinking that's the only thing that'll work.
Right. Every now and then they'll offer a little bit of lip service.
I mean, I understand that way of thinking. I don't share it. I think that as people outside who are living in the imperial core, we should be pushing in a way that maybe the Palestinian reality can't right now, for as righteous as a resolution as we think should be. Is Medicaid for all a call for an NHS? No. It's absolutely not, which is why I'm so comfortable being like, this is shit. It's government insurance. Yeah. And like, just like, I beg of you, just fucking read Plattner's fucking policies. They're shit. They're so shit. Maybe I can like ask the pharmaceutical companies to them to spend no more money. I'm a radical socialist. It's shit. Oh my God. Like Nye Bevan, the Welsh guy, Welsh Labourite who was anti-imperial, he left the Attlee government because they're shit and they wanted to support war in Korea, and he was like, fuck this. Was famous for being very left-wing and calling everyone a wanker who needed to be called a wanker. And every day I miss him. Every day I miss him. Just come back, Nye. You Welsh king, and call everyone a fucking twat. You and Danny Dyer combined, USA disability advocates have been calling for Medicaid for all, but that isn't far enough in my eyes. Universal healthcare addresses ableism, racism, queer phobia, and misogyny. That addresses, I was about to counteract that. We have a very ableist, racist healthcare system. In fact, I did a whole stream about a year ago that was speaking about how you can't have, like, having a universal healthcare system is actually step one. And then to answer all of the things that you are discussing, you need the Cuban model of encouraging community relationships with medical institutions. Hey.
Activists and different groups and different initiatives, but for the most part, it's this behemoth that is rudderless, which is why I think there's a real opportunity to at least use the electoral machine that the Democrats offer and ballot access the Democrats automatically offer, and really drive home the argument for the masses that democratic socialism, first and foremost, or socialism in general, is not a scary concept, because that's a big hurdle to climb. A lot of Americans are unfortunately antagonistic towards socialism due to Red Scare propaganda.
See, this is the bit I agree with, but then everything else I disagree with him.
And therefore, that's like the first hill to climb. And I think elections and election successes or even defeats, like with Bernie Sanders in 2016 and in 2020, still open a lot of people's consciousness to the idea and expand the permission structure on like what politics could look like. And then you can draw ideological boundaries between liberal Democrats and socialists that are...
I'm sorry, this hasn't been done, though. That's the problem. Yes, I agree. And I do know, like, Marxist Leninists and socialists who are in the DSA and are trying to do this. We have somebody in chat who is a socialist who is trying to do this. But the way Hassan approaches this is the exact fucking opposite. Because, like, I read policies by people and they're not socialist. Like, that's it. The DSA doesn't support one-state solution because the Democratic Party doesn't want them to. I don't know. You know, I think the DSA is really varied. I think that could be I'm letting you... Wait, I'm letting you know why it didn't pass. I'm unable to read minds and I do my best to root out the Zionist remnants in the org. Yeah, and good luck. We should be, like, saying good luck to people in that process. But, like, I'm gonna be real with you, like... The socialists in the DSA are struggling for socialism. Hassan isn't. Like, read Plattner's policies. Like, read the fucking policies that they're advocating for. It is not socialized healthcare. It's not even that. We need free accessible housing and some sort of universal basic income and addressing transportation and food with a food stipend. Accessible or free with addressing environmental racism because that's included under healthcare. We need a huge restructuring of the economy, right? That's the thing. The DSA doesn't agree on the same things. It's pretty varied, right? The DSA in LA is super different from the DSA in New York. Hey,
that are running in the Democratic Party. So at least that's my
I just really hope that the party expressing support for the little project doesn't imply that they will impose that project, but they will endorse it should the affected population choose it.
Because of its
I don't even know what the ones say we're having the Israeli party dismantled. That's why it's worth that's why it's worth happening, Ninja. That's why it's worth having. You answered your own question, my love. You've just got to a place that some other people aren't at. So good, great. The Israeli apartheid state needs to be completely dismantled. For our American friends, they have people like Bernie Sanders who present themselves as progressive forces. Okay? Where Hassan is good is he has been pretty consistently like, you can't do a liberal Zionism, you know? The idea that Israel is still going to exist in the future is just nonsense. Me and the wonderful streamer Ray K were talking off stream the other day, and we are in agreement that we see the Israeli state collapsing in on itself only when the pressures of its violence is started to be enacted on its own citizens, which it kind of is by like militarization as well. But like, I think the only way that Israel is collapsing now is like it building itself into this genocidal bubble where it just can't sustain itself. And then there is room for the resistance, right, to operate in. There's more room, I should say, right? Obviously, the resistance are operating. And all we can do from the outside is say, we support Palestine. You know? I guess people are not ready to have that conversation. I think they are. We're not a party, we're an organization. Yeah, it's pretty diverse. I strongly support Corbyn's broadband communism. Yeah, if only. I mean, you guys will. I don't know Canadian politics very well, so I will defer to. Wait, PSL is factoring? Really? Oh God, are they doing a fucking split? For fuck's sake. The DSA can be a party, an org, or a boys band. No, it is different. It is different. Like, so Kairos, you are right. I agree with you in terms of like what the approach should be. But what Monkey is trying to tell you is like they're fighting for a line inside a broad organization, and that is difficult. In Iran, I saw a weirdly specific countdown to when Israel would collapse. Another Iranian W. The DSA wanted to ban having jails. I mean W, but like you can only do that if you have a revolution. Someone in CC, I just had someone in here in CC leave and write a big resignation. I shit on the DSA more than anyone. Earlier, Monkey, I was like, I feel like if I was in America, I'd join the DSA. I joined both. I joined the PSL and the DSA. Although it sounds like the PSL are having their own issues. And I would be so annoying to everyone. I would be the person that was like, blah, 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 anti-imperialism, blah, 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 actual socialism. The Central Committee from PSL had a big fracture. Oh, for fuck's sake, man. Oh, man. Absolute fucking joke.
In the face of
Yeah, but join the next Marxist party, guys. It'll definitely work. This one will definitely be good. We definitely won't fracture.
authoritarianism and Trumpian fascism, there is a real appetite for change for the first time ever, unlike any other midterm election season that I've been a part of. And that's precisely the reason why we're seeing a lot of success running candidates directly against the party machine in deep blue districts like Philadelphia.
Hassan has said that he supports Bernie because he wants help to demonize words like socialism. So as I understand, I mean, I would say he's terrible, right? That is a conflation, and this is why I'm like, maybe a part of this is he also thinks Corbyn and Bernie are the same. Yeah, Bernie's not a socialist. People have the post-experience of social democracy failing. Do you think it can work, seeing how people from ex-communist countries can be reactionary? Okay, you've lost me a bit at the notion of people from ex-communist countries being reactionary. He considers political figures by Bernie used to agitate people. I think that he got a load of people watching him around the Bernie coverage, and therefore he sticks with him. But I think that Bernie is is a social democrat who just wants to make capitalism a bit better. But I think that Jeremy Corbyn is a completely different beast. It is an actual Rosa Luxemburgist democratic socialist. Why? Because of the policies that the Labour Party promoted underneath him. Do you think? Yeah, sorry. Do you? I don't think it can work. No, Bernie is a dead end. And so is AOC. And the libs can shout at me, and then when I'm vindicated in 4 years' time, they'll completely forget that I said it. So that they can continue to not listen to us, right, and join parties that are actually socialist. It's just a bit of the people from ex-communist countries being reactionary. Sorry, you've just lost me on the relationship between the two. I pray for the day that DSA is not the best choice we have. Preach. And the only way that I think you can do that is by building on things. No country is a monolith. Even communist ones have reactionaries. I guess it depends how we define reactionaries. You are very right. You are very, very right. But it depends. Are we speaking about reaction? Like, what do we mean socially reactionary? Yes, that can happen. But I guess it depends if they're willing to at least be fucking socialists. And Bernie Sanders is not a socialist. You guys are speaking about Canada. You, my friends, peers with my friends. I know I know very intimately I feel like you're just speaking past each other a bit, and you're both kind of right. Whenever two lefty Quebecois find each other, we have to talk shop. Okay, no, go ahead. I have not got a single fucking clue about like the political paradigm in Quebecois, apart from you have some weird reactionaries as well, right? good luck.
Two machine politician candidates in Philadelphia, which is like
reactionary is an extremely broad concept. Yeah.
Same thing with Adam
That's the nuance that's needed. DSA debate the same subjects. Some were also pro jails.
Great example. So there is
If you can't be the socialist in the room in the DSA, who also goes to PSL meetings, what can you do, I guess, is my question. People rely on Hassan relies on people's ability to remember their experiences, meaning if people remember that something was good, they would fight to restore that. But it seems that propaganda can program people a certain way. Right. Yeah. Some kind of halcyon day of like, what's your man? The racist who did the New Deal. We're gonna go back to that. Yay. There's never been a socialist ideal in America. So I don't know. Hassan's doing good work if he gets people to join the DSA, but only if there are actual socialists inside the DSA. Because every time, like, we have awesome people like Monkey in chat who are fucking internationalists, who are anti-imperial. I do think you're wrong about Palestine, and I would encourage more communication with the internal people. I think we have to be as consistently anti-Israeli state in order to give Palestinians the best fucking fighting chance. FDR, yes, thank you, FDR. I guess it's that, but like, that was under Jim Crow bollocks, right? Great. Any liberation movement needs to be indigenous led. Yeah, across the whole of Turtle Island. PSL doesn't. Oh, really? That's a shame. I heard that they did. Multiple shared members with us, and then they had to quit DSA. That's disappointing. You can be a radical liberal who supports all oppressed minorities, and if you oppose the progression of class struggle, you're reactionary. Yes. Even right-wingers, or sometimes I do like to think people are just like misinformed by the political paradigm that they live in, which is liberalism, right? And I exist to confuse straight men into thinking calling me a man is bad, when my sexuality is when hot women call me handsome. Swoon. That's gender validation, and I say that as a woman. Right? But like, people come in at a very particular point, right? And I can be here to try and push the gays into capitalism ain't gonna save you. And the people who are maybe more interested in that, like, I am generally interested in social liberation. That's kind of failed. I'm surrounded by reactionary shit, like socially reactionary shit. Why is she telling me socialism could be a thing? Okay, that's who I feel I should exist for. But yeah, even right-wingers can be reactionaries, like neoclassic free market liberals and imperialists. Yeah. I didn't say it was what I supported. I said it was what the DSA voted for. Fair. Is that Hassan is hinting at lesser evilism just so that the Overton window is pushed? I guess, but it can only work if like the Overton window is like literally being pushed towards socialism, not what the Platnerites are promoting, which is shit. I didn't want to derail with my... No, you can. It's fine. You're not derailing. It'd be nice if their bylaws were open to the public, but they're weird. Thank you for the follow. I'm literally yanked DSA involvement from national because they move too slowly. I wouldn't do that if I was a part. If you don't have to, I believe you. You don't have to, like... I sense that you're very frustrated with the DSA, and that's exactly who I'd be if I was in the UK. The USA. being the fucking annoying like person who's constantly arguing with people about socialism and anti-imperialism in a room of people who are liberals who think they're socialists. You have to be that person though, right? It's because they don't want to be infiltrated by feds. They probably already are though as well. But that's a pretty good I guess a pretty good thing to have, is to try and be aware of feds infiltrating your group. Yeah, I mean, look, if that's the way they want to be security conscious, I do understand it. Welcome in as well. First past the post means that we need libs to win until we have a ranked choice or something better. I guess first past the post is just a sad reality in the UK, right? Again, I don't think we need libs to win. I think that we should always promote a socialist line. And we need socialists to win. But I understand your point. I do understand your point. It is a dynamic of electoralism that is something that people in both these paradigms, Britain and the USA, need to care about. Atlanta DSA is racist. You're not the first person to say that. My DSA is transphobic, racist, and ableist. Fucking hell. Fuck that. Yeah, every party in the West will have like some kind of feds. Wales was proportional representation. Nice. Scotland had a different voting approach as well. Your favorite white Akkad? You don't mean any weird shit with that name, do you? Welcome in. I'm DSA and I'm frustrated by them. I think I would be if I was in America as well. Because people are like, yay, Platner is really great. And I'm like, Platner is a fucking fascist. Like, what the fuck is wrong with you motherfuckers? Like, what the fuck? I'm sorry as well. Like, Hassan is wrong. I don't know how else to put it. I have to go soon, guys, as well. I've been on for guys, I've been on for 6 hours almost. If you've enjoyed yourself, I got tips set up. Tomorrow, because we made the sub goal, I will be lifting strong heavy weights on stream. So that will be tomorrow. Same time, same place. If you miss it, the VOD will be up, so don't worry. Excuse me. God. I need to take the dog for a walk, guys. He's been listening to me shout for so long. I need to take my boy for a dog. I'm a Syrian and I chose... Okay, cool. I'm glad I asked. Do you understand why I asked, though? The right-wingers here use that in a weird way. So I just wanted to ask. I'm glad we clarified. Welcome in. There's a reason I never joined when I was a Wii. I did my own shit. Yeah, I think Adric, that kind of is more my vibe as well. No, you're good. Yo, welcome in. You're good. You wouldn't know that, right? We have an international audience here, so it's my job to clarify with you. You know, you did nothing wrong. Welcome in. Yeah, we'll read out. The only thing I ask for is people to treat my input in good faith. I hope that like people feel that. Look, I don't want a space where people just shit on the kind of stuff that you're trying to do, Monkey. I don't, because I recognize what you're trying to do, and I think it's the approach I have. I would be like a Corbyn person who was radically on the left of the Corbyn project, right? And I think I would have the dynamic if I never joined the party at the time because I didn't like Labour, and I do feel vindicated by that. And I was much happier doing more on the ground stuff. But yeah, I think if I had, I would have the role that you have. But that role is over. Labour is unsavable.
Many decades. In the absence of any sort of real...
To suck a dick crying, and I always move for what's best for people. I believe in you.
DSA cadre members running have been able to present themselves as being in favor of expansive social safety nets or socialization initiatives, nationalization initiatives at times. Without
No, they haven't. I read through the program. That's not accurate. Oh, Hassan. All I did was engage with the reasoning the DSA presented according to you. Cairo, stop being a debate, bro. Stop it. Stop it, stop it, stop it. Even though I agree with you, stop it. You're doing your debate, bro bullshit. Not here. Listen to them when they're saying. Even though you're right, listen. Have it in good faith. Monkey is a good person who is struggling within. There is a different way to have this discussion. And you're not doing it well. To put it bluntly, Kairos. Right? Wait till you hear what I think about Kant. Kant? I'm multitasking? Okay. Stop it. Stop being a debate bro, you little secret debate broer.
Being on board with it. But now there are people who are legitimately on board with these causes. But because the Democrats have run on that agenda, there are a lot of people who look to people like Zoran and say, wait a minute, this guy actually is invested in doing these things. This guy actually is invested in protecting social safety nets and expanding public transit in New York.
Oh, from the election that was taking place.
As opposed to
I'm a recovering debate bro. I relapse without noticing. You do, yeah.
And I think that that ends up...
Immanuel Kant was a real pissant. I can't listen to this anymore. I'm sorry. BBC's absolutely left wing. The sexism. Wow, I pissed off right wingers. Fucking shit stained bollocksing bullshit of a fucking media institution that people say is left wing. Get to fuck is the BBC fucking left wing. It is the most reactionary fucking Again, I'm on YouTube. You can follow me. I hate it. I hate fucking shit stained bollocksing. I think I'm really calm there. I don't know what they're on about. Anyway, okay. Right, we're raiding out. Thank you. I gave you a positive comment. Thanks, babes. Thanks, mum. Pissing off dudes who don't wash their ass. Yeah, out here thinking calling me masculine is oh no, I didn't do this on purpose. Right, let's see. Person who I think I was going to go into Grem or LB, depending on who they're on. Grem is on. Sean the Black's on. Yasmin's on. Cozy Valkyrie is on. Let's hold on. Is LB's not on, is she? LB isn't on, so let's go to Grem or Sean the Black or Grem. Should we go to Sean the Black? Let's go to Sean the Black. We haven't rated him much. But yeah, go be nice. He's a good streamer who I don't get to see enough. But I actually learned about Platneth via him. Okay. Right. So, thank you, Mama. Socialism. The raid message is, which you get the symbol for following, just following. It's a free one. Socialism with lesbian characteristics. Thank you, folks. I'll be back tomorrow. Here we go. I will be back tomorrow, same time, same place. We will start with a workout stream. And then we'll do a deep dive on something tomorrow. I'm going to have a think. Right, go enjoy yourself with Sean. I'll see you tomorrow, folks. Bye-bye.